Tercera llamada. Tercera llamada. Comenzamos.
Good morning. So we made it. We're starting. Finally, after 9 months of planning, we're here. Welcome to Universidad, Libertad. We're going to start. This is a fun day. It's a very active day where the audience will be connecting with the speakers on workshops. So it's more of a, yes, there'll be some talks, but we expect you guys to be active on questions and comments and trying to pick up as much information you can from our speakers. So today we're going to start with a very special guest. Naomi Brocco's been here a couple of months ago, for the Montpellier Society meeting just a couple of months ago here. And she's back now to speak at the university, and I think this will be a great conversation. So Naomi's coming from Ludlow Institute. I highly recommend you follow her on X as well. They have over 1 million subscribers. They're really well known for their privacy workshops with over 95 million views on these workshops. Naomi, welcome to the university. Have fun.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm delighted to be here, and I wanted to sort of formulate this session as an interactive session with you guys. What I find is when I give a workshop on privacy, we talk about best practices and people generally have a lot of questions. They generally don't know where to start. So for me to get a gauge of where you guys are at, I would love to kind of understand where you're coming from. Like, who here thinks privacy is important? Who here doesn't really care? It's okay. Yeah, thank you. You're honest. I would say half of you probably should put your hand up, because if I were to ask you, what are you actively doing to protect your privacy, a lot of you probably might say, I don't really do anything. So revealed preference there. And I do want to start this off just by letting you know why I think privacy is probably one of the most fundamental things that we should be preserving right now for the preservation of a free society in the future. I think that privacy is the foundation of a free society. So if you think about what kind of people need privacy, all of us need privacy, right? But to have a self-correcting society, you need brave people who are willing to do hard things. You need whistleblowers, you need protesters, you need opposition parties who are willing to push back in case a bad person comes to power. You need investigative journalists who will shine the light of truth on dark places, and expose corruption. All of these people actually depend on privacy as a matter of life and death. And so sometimes I hear people say, like, who's ever heard someone say, oh, I have nothing to hide? Yeah? Privacy, I have nothing to hide. Why does it matter? So for me, it's about preserving the principle of privacy and not relegating it to this area of, oh, this is an insignificant thing. Because whether you personally feel like you need it in your life or not, you need society to have privacy. You need people in society to have the option of privacy, or you lose all of the self-correcting mechanisms of that society. You no longer have people doing brave things, doing hard work. When you live in a panopticon, it's very, very difficult to push back against powerful interests. So I try to remind people, it's not necessarily about you even. It's about what can we do as a society to make sure that we preserve privacy into the future. And the reason I'm here talking about this now is because I actually think we're in danger of losing privacy. I think we're in real danger. So I'll talk about some of the threats that I'm seeing. So on the one hand, there's kind of apathy. I have nothing to hide. Why do I care? Take all my data. It's fine. That apathetic mindset, I think, is a little bit insidious because it makes us devalue this thing in society that for a long time we've taken for granted is suddenly being taken from us, and no one feels the need to really stand up and push back. Another area where we're in danger of losing privacy is through legislation. Who's been watching the news lately? Anyone been noticing something very interesting globally about ID mandates? Has anyone seen a lot of things about internet ID mandates? I'll give you a bit of a rundown. So in the UK, they have something that they've just rolled out called the Online Safety Bill. and they have mandated that for any website that shows potentially adult or potentially harmful content, seems reasonable, you now have to provide an ID. You have to show a government ID to use any of those websites. But how does the government define adult or potentially harmful? They define it as any website where there's some sort of user participation, where people might be able to leave comments, where there's some sort of interaction. So that basically means every website that has a comment section. It means like YouTube, it means every social media platform. It's basically an ID mandate for the internet that they're just rolling out now. That gets a little bit scary, right? So in the EU, they have a similar thing that they're rolling out. They also have something called chat control that is being voted on in October. Who's heard of chat control? Anyone? Yeah, tell me, what is chat control? So if I heard correctly, it was quite faint, he said it is an abomination and a death sentence for all privacy on the internet. His exact words. So chat control is legislation that they're trying to roll out, and they've been trying for years. A lot of countries in the EU said, we don't really want this. It was tabled for a while. And then recently, Hungary actually put it back on the table. Viktor Orban became president of they have a rolling presidency in their assembly. He got into power and he used that opportunity to put it back on the table. And so now Denmark's joined the party and they're like, actually, this seems like a great idea. Chat control is a mandate that every single thing on the internet needs to have a back door that the EU can access. It basically eliminates end-to-end encryption. Who knows what end-to-end encryption is? Yeah? Who doesn't? All right. So when you have messages that you send to someone through the internet, oftentimes you're not encrypting that end-to-end. Oftentimes you're sending someone a message through, I don't know, social media platform Y or whatever. And that's going from me to that person, but it's going through a company's servers. It means that all of these private messages this company can read. And that's kind of the default. That's the default for our email providers that we're using. That's the default for basically everything we're doing on the internet. The company that provisions this software is reading everything. End-to-end encryption is something that encrypts, which is basically a digital version of a lock and key, the message or content on my device. And it sends it through servers, but the only other person who has the key is the recipient of that. Which means that even if I'm using a third-party service, even if it's going to their servers, they can't actually access anything that I'm doing, anything that I'm saying. So end-to-end encryption is super, super important. It means that people can communicate freely in a digital world without fear of pushback, without fear of watching their back, treading on eggshells, wondering if someone's watching, wondering if a hostile government is watching them and maybe they're saying something that might be deemed problematic for that government. So end-to-end encryption is like the bastion of protection for our digital age. It's super, super important. And what chat control is trying to do is basically ban that. It's basically saying you will no longer be able to privately communicate digitally. We want to be able to access everything you do. They want to be able to access all of your private messages. They want to be able to access everything you're doing on the internet. So that's problematic. That's a little bit scary because if you think about, like, there are a few reasons why, like, who knows the word panopticon? Yeah, the panopticon, this idea of this prison, this circular prison, and in the middle, there's the guard, and all around the edges, that's where all the prisoners are. And the panopticon says that, well, there's like maybe like a mirror surrounding the glass so that the prisoners can't actually see which way the guards are looking. So there's only one guard. The guard can't look 360 degrees, right? Can't be looking at everyone. But the prisoners don't know where they're looking, so they start to self-correct their own behavior. There's this chilling effect that happens when we live in a panopticon. We don't know if we're being watched, But we know it's possible, so we start to self-censor. We start to be less inclined to speak out. We start to be less inclined to have individual ideas. It becomes a more conformist society. It becomes a society where, you know, it's too risky to stand out, right? And so that chilling effect is a scary thing that we don't like in a society. We kind of want people to have freedom of thought and ideas. That's how we have flourishing, that's how we grow. If we were conformist, we'd probably be stuck with bad laws from 100 years ago. If everyone was just like towing the mainstream line and we never changed and evolved as a society, we would have some really bad laws still in place. So we need people to have new ideas and to grow and to have this exchange and to, you know, feel brave enough to share ideas. So it's super important that we have privacy, because without that free space, people just don't have the ability to have these free ideas, to feel comfortable expressing themselves. So this wave of mandates across the globe, and we've got the EU, we've got UK, all across America, different states are doing this as well. Australia banned social media for everyone under 16. They've banned YouTube for everyone under 16, and they want to roll this out to search engine controls as well. And what that basically means is, well, now everyone has to provide a government ID to prove that they're over 16. So it's basically just a way to eliminate anonymity on the internet. That's a bad thing. Eliminating the ability for people to express ideas freely without it being directly attributable to them is a really bad thing. And I think that we need to understand the costs to society when we stop allowing people to express opinions. Like if I knew that everything I ever said on the internet would be permanently tied to my real identity and etched in digital stone for all eternity in this permanent digital record that I've created from everything I've ever done online, I'd be really, really careful about what I did. I'd be really, really reticent about, saying anything that was out of the mainstream. It just creates this liability. And so we do not want society to get to a place where they self-censor and they no longer have that freedom to just explore ideas freely. I always think that the best cure for a bad idea is a better idea. Let's have these discussions in the open, and I think it gets really dangerous when you start to have these controls of narratives at a nation-state level. So that's kind of the situation right there, and that's one of the threats we see to privacy from the legislative side, from government mandates, etc. But then there's this other side. There's these, companies that we voluntarily give our data to, who often misrepresent what they're doing with this information, who often are not super clear about what this information is used for, with whom it's shared, etc. That's problematic too. And it's problematic not just because I don't think that people are actively consenting to this. Like when I go to a car dealership, they don't tell me, all right, Naomi, here's the privacy policy. Bill in our studios is going to be watching everything you do through the camera that's facing your steering wheel. They're going to be measuring your weight, and they're going to be sending data to the insurance company. They're going to be adjusting your premium depending on how fast you're driving, all of that sort of thing. But then we're going to sell that data to 1,000 other companies. We're going to have no control over who has access to that data. Your microphone is going to automatically turn on sometimes because we think that you're using hands-free technology, but it's going to be a mistake. But we're still going to log those audio recordings, and countless entities that you will never meet and never know anything about are going to have access to that too, and then we're going to share that data as well. If I got that privacy policy, I'd be like, ooh, do you have another option? Is there another car that I could choose, right? They're never super clear about what's actually going on, but that is what's going on when you buy a car these days. So there's this myth of consent, but that's not even the most insidious part about this exchange that we have entered into with our data in exchange for our privacy. The malicious part is that it's sold to entities who don't have our best interests at heart. And it is also bought, one of the largest clients of data brokers are governments around the world. So we used to think of the private sector and the government sector as these very distinct things. And there were checks and balances that allowed, it put guardrails on how much information the government was allowed to collect about their own citizens. Like in the United States, for example, we have a thing called the Fourth Amendment, which is basically a guardrail that says, you know, we can't search all of your things at all times. That would be too invasive. But in the digital age, we've lost that completely. And whatever the governments can't collect directly, they're just purchasing. They're purchasing all of it. They're purchasing your political persuasion. They're purchasing all of your location history through, automatic license plate readers where they're just tracking where your car moves. If they don't have access to that, they're just getting that information through BLE tracking, through Wi-Fi tracking, through cell tracking. They're getting it from all of the apps on your phone. You probably have 100 apps on your phone you've given access to your location data to. They're buying all of that information too. So they know your social graph. They know who you're meeting. They know how long you're meeting with these people for. They know what you're discussing. How many apps have you given access to your microphone to? There have been ad companies that have been bragging about how they use microphone in certain apps on your phone to log data, to tag data, to collect it, to understand what kind of things that you're interested in. So sure, they're pitching that from an advertising point of view. They're saying, well, it helps us, target better products to you. It also helps governments that are also buying this data help target things to you as well. So that's the insidious part of this current system that we've entered into, where we're losing every private space in our lives, and we don't even quite realize that it's going on. It's in government's best interest to hide that information from us because surveillance programs work best when they're in secret. And it's in companies' best interest to hide that from us because there's no way we would sign up to a product if we actually understood what was going on with our data. So that's the kind of situation. Who's a little terrified and feels overwhelmed? Don't be, put your hands down. It's actually really cool news. So the great news about all of this is that we have never had better privacy technology at our disposal. We have never had more exciting encryption technology. We have never had decentralized networks that span the entire globe that could be protected, that can't be shut down, that are censorship resistant. We are living in a time where, if we were in a different timeline and we had all this going on and we didn't have things like, Bitcoin, blockchain technology, 3D printers, personal AIs that I can locally host on my own computer that's just amazing, powerful compute that allows me to actually compete with giant enterprises who also have this compute. If we didn't live in this timeline, we would be in big trouble. We would be in really big trouble. And instead, we just happen to live in a time where all of this tech is at our fingertips. So I want to talk about some of the things that you guys can be incorporating into your lives right now to be protecting yourself. And who here who works for a free market-ish think tank? Or something in the liberty space, or something that is an activism? Yeah, so if you think about the data that you're handing over, and you should think about everything that you do in a message or an email or on a website or any interaction that you do digitally. Imagine that data just being collected in a permanent record that will exist forever associated with your name, that anyone can just sift through at any given time in the future. Just imagine that that's what's going on. And so what you need to think about now is what kind of a liability is that creating for me in my work? If I'm involved in activism or pursuing freedom in the world or any of these things, am I potentially creating a huge risk for myself by leaving this digital trail of communications about, oh yes, we plan to push back against this tariff and we plan to push back against this bad law and we don't like this political leader or whatever. You don't know who's going to come to power tomorrow. You don't know who's going to use this data, who's going to get access to it. You don't know if it's going to be hacked and leaked on the dark web and everyone gets access to it. And so the first step is just being mindful of everything that's being collected and then starting to understand where you can just stop handing it over. So I mentioned end-to-end encryption before. That's a great place to start. When you use an app that has end-to-end encryption, you are opting to keep that data private. That data is not being stored in some database associated with your identity. That is a huge plug right there. So if you use SMS, who uses SMS to message their friends? Probably everyone in the room except for me. So when you use SMS, it's not protected at all. That's potentially information that can be intercepted. That's a digital trail you don't need to leave. Who's heard of Signal? Who uses Signal? Who's never heard of Signal? Okay, this is a great first app to start with. It's a messaging app. It's end-to-end encrypted. And one of the good things about Signal is, well, first of all, when you install Signal, so it's this end-to-end encrypted messenger. It's very, very popular, so you'll be pleasantly surprised to find out a lot of your friends are probably already on it. You can probably already communicate with a lot of your network using it. And does some pretty interesting things. So when you first download it, and it'll say, do you want Signal to have access to your contacts or your privacy-focused individuals? So you might say, no, because I'm taking a stand finally. Well, actually, Signal is so private, they don't even get access to your contacts when you give approval. What they're actually doing is creating a hash of numbers in your contact list. And they're sending a hash to their database to see if it matches anything going on there. Signal never actually gets the numbers in your contact list. That's pretty cool. Even the way they handle GIFs in the app is really private. So it's just a great platform to start with if you want to communicate privately with people. Who here uses Gmail? Okay, all right. We have to have a talk. So Gmail obviously is scanning everything that you send and everything you receive, and they are analyzing that, and they are adding that to a profile about you. Because what kind of a company is Google? Anyone? What kind of company are they? Like a... I heard search, I heard tech, I heard... They're an advertising company. Google is an advertising company, and you are their product, and they are selling you to all of the people who are willing to pay for your attention. Okay? So one area where Google sells these services, it's called the real-time bidding system. This is just one thing. So when you go to a website, and you know how there's you go to a website and all of the text appears, and there's a split second, there are these empty boxes. And a split second goes by, and then they all fill out, and your website appears. Anyone experienced that? Just takes a little while for images to load and stuff. What's actually going on there? Well, Google on the back end is hosting a real-time auction. They are taking everything they know about you. Oh, Naomi Brockwell is sitting in front of her computer right now. She's on this website. She has red hair. She likes to rant about privacy to anyone who will listen to her. She really likes cats. And they're going to just spread this fire hose of information to 1,000 people. If you're in America, I think it's 4,500 people on their approved partners list. If you're in the EU, because you're protected under GDPR, it's only 2,000. They share this information with their thousands of partners. And then those thousands of partners, one of them will win the auction to show you an ad and fill that blank space on your website. But thousands of them got access to your data. And if you do digging into the companies who are these approved partners, you will find out that there are government shell corporations, there are all kinds of other advertising companies, there are all kinds of places. I've done some research on some of these. They've scrubbed themselves from the internet. If you actually try to find a Wikipedia page on a lot of these companies listed, you won't find a single thing. So there is this shadowy world of these data brokers who are just scraping information anywhere they can. So that's something that Google is involved with real-time bidding. So what can you do to protect it? Let's think about some of the Google services that are probably collecting your data, and let's figure out how to replace them with better things. So Gmail, yes, they are analyzing everything. It's like building a profile on you. They used to give third parties direct access to your emails, and they would do analysis, but I think they got some lawsuits and they had to stop that, but they're still scanning everything in your inbox. You can use a privacy-preserving email provider. I personally like Proton. There's also one called Tutor. These are really great services that respect their users, and they're not analyzing your emails, and they're end-to-end encrypting it within network. Even if, I use Proton, even if someone from Gmail sends me an email to my Proton, what Proton will then do is encrypt it with something called zero-access encryption. So they will encrypt it with my personal private key that I've generated on my personal device, so that they can no longer get access to it. And what that means is that, if a hacker gets into Proton's database, they're not going to be able to access anything. If a government demands access to their database, they're not going to be able to access anything. It's a really, really great service. And one of the good byproducts of GDPR is actually that it forced Google to have a bunch of public-facing APIs, which basically means that it makes it easier to extract your data from Gmail and port it into Proton. So if you want to switch, You can literally go into your Proton account, click a single button, and all of your emails will magically be transported to Proton. You can delete them from your Gmail, and suddenly they're all protected. That's really great. And going forward, you can just use a privacy-preserving one and protect everything going forward there. So what are some other Google services? Drive. Oh, okay, let's get to that one last. Another one. Search. I heard search. So, searches and web browser. Who uses Chrome? Chrome has like 80% market share, so I'm guessing there are a bunch of you who should have put your hand up just now. So Chrome, again, is just collecting everything that you do. Even if you don't press enter in the search bar when you're using Chrome, when you're using Google search, Google is still collecting that. So let's start with the browser side, because search engine is obviously like the indexer of all the sites on the internet, and the browser is like the vehicle that you're driving around in to get to those sites. So your browser, I really like Brave. Brave browser is a really great tool out of the box. It's one of the most privacy-preserving browsers. It's going to try and stop fingerprinting of your activity. Who knows what fingerprinting is? Who doesn't? Yeah, so a lot of people don't realize that when they're navigating the internet, there are a lot of ways that companies can figure out who you are and governments can figure out who you are. So one of the things is, if I have a screen that's this big, and then you have a screen that's this big, and then you have a screen that's like vertical or something, like how does the website know to fill out the contents and all the graphics according to those different specs? Well, they know your browser resolution, right? So they know exactly what kind of a browser, like a monitor you're using. That's a fingerprinting mechanism. So they can track and say, oh, this person, I can see it's like the same resolution, it's the same specs, that's probably the same person. They use a lot of tools like this to track you that people don't realize. Your IP address is going to be something they use to track you. You've got cookies, you've got websites that can access web history sometimes, or they can extract cookies. Websites need to be able to see which cookies you have downloaded in your browser in order to be able to like autofill passwords or remember settings or remember what's in your shopping cart. And so your cookies become a fingerprinting mechanism. There are a lot of tools, but basically what Brave does is they really try their best to mitigate all of the things that are tracking you. So we can talk about like bounce tracking is another thing. Have you guys ever gone to a website and like in the bottom left corner, before your website loads, like you could see a bunch of different URLs that pop up real quick and then you get to your website. Has anyone ever experienced that? Yeah, we got a few. So that's called bounce tracking. So when you go to a website, actually what's going on behind the scenes is you're being bounced through like countless ad sites and data brokered sites and whoever else wants access to this and has like paid for the privilege or whatever. But bounce tracking you through these sites is basically a way for them to track you also. And so what Brave does, for example, is first of all, they will try to learn, every time someone clicks on this link, it eventually takes them here. But it takes them to a bunch of your ad sites. What if we just skipped all of that in the middle? What if we learnt where they're actually going and just took them straight there? So Brave does a lot of that stuff, which is great. When they can't figure out where you're meant to be going, they basically silo all of your activity. So as you bounce through these websites, they put that website in a specific instance of that browser session that is not the same instance as all of the other sites that you're visiting. So they silo that activity. So again, you can't, like, maybe the website knows you went to that site, but they don't know all of the other sites that you went to or the site that you eventually went to. It's just another mechanism for decreasing the amount of fingerprinting. So I highly recommend, if you use Chrome, Brave is basically the same, except better. So remember how I mentioned the real-time bidding? When you go to a page, it takes a while to load. Yeah, that's annoying because of the real-time bidding system, because of that ad auction going on. And it takes longer, it takes up more bandwidth. You're loading ads you don't even really want to see. Brave blocks that, so they actually save you bandwidth. They actually save you time. It's a better experience than using Chrome. So that's another tool that you could switch to. Inside the URL bar, you'll have a search engine. Who uses Google? Google's a verb. Come on, let me Google that. No one says, let me Brave search that for you. Let me DuckDuckGo-y that. Like, we just don't have a verb for Google. Can we create a verb for Google? Maybe that's something we can do at the Radical Innovation Summit. We can, like, figure out a new verb for to Google something. So again, Google, they're just collecting everything that you're doing, and you can go a long way to protecting your privacy just by switching to a better search engine. So I use this Brave search engine because it's the default one in the Brave browser, and I really enjoy it. If you really like Google search results, but you just don't like the surveillance, you can use something called Start Page, which basically gives you Google search results. They use their indexing tools, but they show things through proxies. They basically are a privacy-preserving front end for the Google search engine, which is pretty cool. There are a lot of search engines out there. A lot of you would have heard of DuckDuckGo as well. That's another one that's going to be better for privacy than Google. Presearch, Kagi, CRX. Like, if you look around, you can find countless things you could switch to so easily and just be reclaiming so much of your data. And the other thing about this data collection that I want to mention is manipulation. So we hear whispers of this, and we all think we're independent thinkers. We all think we make up our own minds about stuff, and we should. We have like self-respect. Of course, we think we're looking at a situation objectively and looking at the facts and coming to our own conclusions. But we have to understand the context of the digital landscape. The more a company knows about you, the more easy you are to manipulate. So if a company knows that, or a government knows that you are in a bad mood today, or you're more likely to be susceptible to a certain worldview, or you're really angry about this political position because, you just clicked like on Facebook or something about this thing, and so they're mapping all of your preferences there, then you're more susceptible to seeing a certain type of content right now. So it also comes down to autonomy. Preserving your ability to be an independent thinker actually means being a privacy-focused individual. It means limiting the insight that these faceless companies have into our life. And that helps us preserve that autonomy, that ability for us to make up our own minds. Because a lot of us go on YouTube, and who's been in a YouTube rabbit hole? Like, we've all been in a YouTube rabbit hole. We watch a video, and then they say, like, we recommend the next thing. And you're like, ooh, I'll click that. And then you click it and you watch it, and like 4 hours has gone by and you've done nothing but watch singing competitions or something. I don't know what you guys do, but I like The Voice and all that. I'm addicted. And they just show it. They know exactly what I'm going to watch. They'll be like, oh, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Naomi should be in bed right now. She can't get off her computer. Let's show her more of these videos. And I put them there. But this isn't just going to be like companies that are showing you this. This is going to be governments who are showing you this. How do I influence this person's worldview? How do we make it more likely for this person to vote in a certain way? How do we make it more likely for them to be okay with this bill that we're about to pass, which is not in their best interest, but we can show them content to make them think that it is. So one thing we have to be aware of now is that this ability and this imbalance of governments and companies having such insight into our lives and everything about us, and us knowing nothing about them, that's a dangerous imbalance. So that's something we should all be mindful of when we're handing over all this data, because a lot of the things that actually directly affect all of us are kind of invisible and working behind the scenes. And we want to be aware of that if we want to make sure that we retain our autonomy and ability to think independently. All right, so I rant a lot. I have gotten some audience participation here, but it's a lot of information, and I want to guide the topic towards specific questions that you guys might have. Debbie. You chat GPT. That's the new verb. Let me chat GPT that. All right, let's talk about AI. That's a really interesting area. So AI, all tech is neutral, right? Tech can be used for good or bad. And when we're interfacing with tech, it's always important to be mindful of, is this helping me, is this hurting me? A lot of people conflate tech. I get a lot of people who think tech's awful. They think that, who think AI is awful. They think that it's surveillance where they think that all of it is just terrible for privacy. AI is just another tech tool. It's neutral. It's how we use it that matters. So yes, a lot of AI out there is surveillanceware. There's also a lot of AI out there that's respecting of your privacy. And when you can understand what your choices are, you can decide which tools you want to use. So on the privacy spectrum for AI, ChatGPT's on the far end. I'm sorry, Debbie. They've been mandated by the government to collect every single thing. You know how ChatGPT used to have that option, delete, what is it called? Transient messages or something like that. Well, they were mandated by the government due to a lawsuit over DMCA to keep a record of everything regardless of whether you've opted to have it deleted. So the government has now overridden your decision as an individual to choose whether you wanted your data to be kept or not, and they've said, nope, you're going to keep it regardless. So this, I presume, applies to all of the centralized AIs out there, but it was specifically targeted at ChatGPT. So everything that you have ever prompted in there, it is not only being collected, it is being scanned in real time. It is being sent to the government if there's anything that's considered a flag. Anthropic recently, one of their developers was bragging on the internet about how, yes, we have this great safety mechanism. We're watching every single thing you prompt, and if we think it's suspicious, we're going to send it to the police. And it's like, wait, what? Like, people can prompt things for all kinds of reasons. That's a huge jump to presume someone's doing something bad. Like, there's contextual awareness that, you don't have about why they're prompting things. I mean, I'm a privacy researcher. I constantly am searching things like illegal identities or something. Like, if the government got hold of all of my searches, they'll be like, she is a crazy criminal. I'm actually like the most law-abiding, like vanilla person, but my search history is not. You can take these things out of context and create whatever kind of story. So if I ever become a problem for the government, if they're like, oh, Naomi, she gives too many privacy rants, that's a problem for me because they can go over my entire history, cherry pick what they want, and paint whatever picture of me they want. And that has happened just over and over and over again. So ChatGPT is on the one end. On the other end is self-hosting. Anyone here self-host their AI? Yeah, it's great. So we've got Morpheus over there. Some interesting, fun things to do with AI. Maybe we'll do some Q&A in a little bit. But when you self-host, so AI is complicated. And in a nutshell, like a lot of people think AI is like maybe a giant database of information. Or maybe they think that when you're using AI, it's pinging the internet or all of these things. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. But that isn't how AI actually works. AI works where a model is trained, which you can think of kind of like a really complicated algorithm, and all these little parameters are tweaked until your input will really closely resemble what they think they predict for the output. So like, they'll tweak things until it can recognize a picture of a dog. You put it in and it says, yes, that is a dog. And it's like, yes, that was correct. So a model is really just a giant, like, cloud of, I shouldn't say cloud, that has other connotations, a giant like blob of parameters that have been tweaked. And you can actually download that giant blob to your own device. So if you have a normal consumer-grade laptop, you can download a model with like 7 billion parameters. 7 billion, that's a lot. And it works really well. You can do it locally. It never has to connect to the internet at all. You can write whatever incendiary, terribly, unacceptable prompts you want. You can you can read whatever, like, romantic novels or, all of the things that people, have guilty pleasures in. Or you could do all of that on your private AI. And then in the middle, you've got this spectrum. You've got kind of privacy-preserving tools that send things to the internet but don't necessarily collect data about you. So OpenAI, I'll give you an idea of what I use different things for so you can get an idea of what might be helpful for you. If I have something personal, like if I have medical questions, for example, or if I have relationship questions, or if I have something that's just sensitive and I don't necessarily need the internet to know about it, I'll use a locally hosted AI, and I'll put my personal questions in there. If I have something that I know that I'm publishing to 1 million people on the internet and it's all going to be public, I will use ChatGPT. because I know there's going to be a record of that, but it's all stuff that, like, if I want a better model, they generally have the best models right now. I don't think you need to stop using them entirely. You should take advantage of all the cool tech out there. Just be mindful they are collecting a record of every single thing. So be careful what you give them. And then in the middle, you have some other privacy-preserving tools. So Brave has their own AI called Leo. Brave has a really great reputation with not logging anything you do in their browser. And also, the way Leo works is they send all the requests through a proxy. They strip out your IP address. They make it super private. So I really trust Brave for a lot of questions. I'm just careful with any of these intermediary tools not to dox myself. So I will not say, like, my name is Naomi Brockwell, and I have this question. You know, I'll keep it, like, to the general question. I won't put my home address in there. I won't do other things like that. So another one is Venice.ai. A similar thing. You don't want to dox yourself because although they're a privacy-preserving front end for basically a decentralized network of GPU providers. So if you are careful not to give away your own personal information, it can be a really great tool for using some of these powerful models really privately. And they will be moving over to Morpheus Network soon, right? Yeah, so that it gets even more exciting. Right now, the back end of Venice is like this, it's kind of like an Airbnb for compute power. So people can rent out their computers. But that Airbnb is like a centralized company. There's a platform called Morpheus that has figured out how do we decentralize that entire network, not have any central focal point there. And so Venice will soon be transitioning over to that decentralized network, which is great for censorship-resistant tools. So that's kind of, is that kind of helpful, Debbie, for like understanding what to use? So example, like I run a 501c3. So it's a nonprofit, I deal with donor information. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people out there who will be very tempted to run all of their donor letters through ChatGPT and say like, thank you so much, Bill Smith, for giving me $1 billion. That's really great, and I like that you have all these preferences for what we want to do with that money. You don't want to do that. You don't want to keep them at record. It's incredibly irresponsible to be putting that kind of personal information in a database where you don't know who else has access to it. And out of respect for the people, you know, that you're working with, and it's not just this, it's like relationship information if you're giving specifics. It's like work information if you're dealing with proprietary knowledge. It's respectful to your organization to, you know, be protecting all of that. And so you can use other tools though. You don't have to stop using AI because you're worried about protecting it. You can use it locally. You can use some of these interim ones as long as you strip out things like names. And they're really great tools. And I highly recommend you start, you know, integrating them into your flow because it just is a much better way where we respect each other's data and don't create like a liability for us in the future. Anyone else have questions? Meeting notes. Okay, that's an interesting one. So there are transcription services that I use, for example. So you know, recording things locally, and then you can use like, I think Whisper.ai is one off the top of my head that will transcribe things locally for you. I use Standard Notes. I really like it. I use that on my phone. When I'm on a computer, I use 2 different types of collaborative docs platforms. So I use Proton Docs. Proton is not just an email provider. They're an end-to-end encrypted calendar. They're a VPN service. They're a drive. So if you want an alternative to Google Drive, they end-to-end encrypt everything. We can go into more details about that, but they also have collaborative docs. So you can work on a kind of like a Word doc. It's similar. It doesn't have as much functionality in there yet, but you can work on that concurrently with someone else working on that. You can share docs there. I also use a platform called CryptPad, where I do collaborative spreadsheets in there. So that's another cool tool that you can use. Again, all end-to-end encrypted. I think that Proton is a really great tool for Drive. It just integrates directly, kind of the same way that Google Suite does, where you have your Drive and your email and it's all together. Proton is really trying to mimic that, and I think they're a great tool to look into if you're looking for like note-taking and things like that. But you've got things like, you know, Obsidian. You've got Notes Nook is another great one that I know people really like. They kind of mimic the functionality of some of these other, what are some of the popular note takes? I don't use a lot of these mainstream products anymore, so I forget. It's like, what's that thing? Oh, Google. That's right. I haven't used that in a while. So Notes Nook is another alternative. Anyone else?
So you know that these days companies do SEOs in ChatGPT too. So in terms of an individual searching something on GPT or doing some research, so how you think that we can get the manipulative content there?
You want to know how to use ChatGPT privately?
No, what I mean is that some companies are doing, like promoting some of their stuff, like SEOs in GPT, right? So if I'm an individual searching something in GPT or researching some of their stuff, so getting manipulative content, so what do you think about that? What's your thought on that?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I missed the bit just before the... Sorry, say it again. Sorry, I'm sorry.
So my question is in terms of, manipulation or getting manipulative content.
Manipulation, that's the word that was key. All right, so there are a lot of people trying to train up this data and they're pushing content and all of that. So you have to learn to use these tools skeptically. It's a different issue to privacy, but I think it's an important one when using AI tools. Some people are worried that we're going to get this convergence of like whatever the mainstream is, and we'll all just, default to that because that's what the model's being trained on. I actually think that's not true. And if you actually look at the testing that they're doing, ChatGPT and some of these models are solving things that no human has been able to solve. Like they're far surpassing what the mainstream are saying about different topics. They're scoring higher in the bar exam. They're scoring higher in medical examinations now. And so I actually think that it's a representation of these models not converging on what most people are doing. Actually, they're getting smarter. And so that doesn't mean that they're foolproof. It doesn't mean that they're going to be resistant to manipulation. And I think we're going to continue to see more ads injected into these things, people paying some of these companies to show you and promote certain ideas. And that's something you'll have to be aware of. When you use these things going forward, we're at early stages now, but in a year, in 2 years, in 5 years, you're going to have to be really careful. You may really want to err on the side of using some of these private tools that are not injecting those ads, just from an autonomy standpoint, just so you know that what you're getting is actually good research from the internet and not something someone paid to put in front of you. I think that's a really important point. Anyone else? We have one over here.
Hi, thank you. In terms of social media, for example, if you don't want Facebook or X or whatever that thing is called, what would you recommend in terms of using a social media that is privacy that has all the things you just said, that I can use social media with?
So I'm on social media. For me, privacy, it is not about hiding. You don't have to hide everything. It's about you choosing and being selective about what you want to reveal to the world. It's about you claiming back control of the information you want to share. And so a lot of people really enjoy that social connectivity. They want to share with their friends. I think that's completely fine. There are different ways that you could be mindful when using social media. So we just put out a big tutorial explaining how to be anonymous. I had an interesting dinner, and actually I'm running out of time, so I'll tell this anecdote quickly. But a friend of mine who's a well-known economist, she said that she is hilarious, and she told me that she really wanted to create another Twitter account, but maybe not in her own name, because she wanted to just write jokes, and it really was not on brand for her very serious economics professor posterior. So I basically made this video for her to explain, okay, if you actually want to be anonymous on social media, how do you do it? I will say, because of running out of time, is that you can do it. It is possible to create one of these online presences, be able to share your ideas, connect with people, and just not attach it to your real identity. If you are attaching to your real identity, I would just be mindful again of what you're sharing. When you share a photo, You know, does it have a street name? Does it have any writing? Does it have like an Amazon package label in the background? Just be aware of the things you're sharing, because you're giving away a lot of information that actually might be dangerous. You know, so also like when you're connecting with people, when you're liking things, you know, we want to feel like we're armchair activists. We want to like that post or whatever. Just understand all of that is feeding a machine that is profiling you and being sold to thousands of entities. So sometimes you can even message someone being like, hey, great post. These are all things you can start to factor into when you're deciding how to connect with people. Does it have to be, like, do I have to share the picture of my 3-year-old daughter with 10,000 internet strangers? Or can I create a Signal group chat with maybe 100 family members and I share it there because they're the ones who actually, you know, really care about this stuff. Just being mindful and then finding ways to switch services could be great. Well, I've run out of time here, but I appreciate all of you. I'm going to be around for questions if people have anything else they want to talk about. And then tomorrow, I'll be hosting a fantastic panel with the VP of Privacy from Brave and the CEO of Electric Coin Company who created Zcash. And so that'll be a really interesting panel too. But thank you for your time.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Naomi, for going through that privacy training. We're going to take a quick break for about 15 to 20 minutes. And for the rest of the program for today, until we get to the Shark Tank competition, we're going to be split up into 2 rooms. So this will be the arena. And next door, if you go back behind the stage and around to the other side of this wall, is called the teatro. And so we'll have the first session, so open hearings with Joe Kent will be in here, and then Nimit will be doing a vote on the block, which is about voting on the blockchain, and how all the process that goes through with that. He'll be in the room next door if you're interested in that one. So we'll break, and we'll start again at about 11:35.
3, 4. Shut the, hello, testing, 1, 2, 3. There, good.
They're not. Oh, we go.
1, 2, 3.
All right, welcome everybody to the second session of the day, the concurrent session titled Open Hearings, AI-Powered Government Transparency. Joe Kent is from the Grassroots Institute of Hawaii, and he is here to present on their AI tool that they've built. So I'll turn it over to him to kind of explain and introduce the tool, and then to do a bit of a demo on how it works, and then we'll have you the opportunity to sort of answer any questions, as we go through. And yeah, so Joe, welcome, and I'll let you take it over.
Gracias and buenos dias, everyone. And as we say in Hawaii, aloha. Thanks so much for having me here at the Radical Innovation Summit. What a wonderful venue. This place screams innovation, doesn't it? I mean, this is just wonderful, so thank you so much for inviting me. I want to talk today about a tool that I've created called Open Hearings, and if we can get my slides on the screen. Anyways, this is a tool that helps use technology and artificial intelligence to watch what the government is doing. Now, let me just wait for my slides to appear. Oh, here we go. There. This is a picture of a typical government hearing in Hawaii, of which I've spent many hours in these. Raise your hand if you've spent more than 5 hours in a government hearing in your life. Okay, so a few of you. I find that people who have spent time in a government hearing really understand the value of this tool. Now, at the Grassroots Institute of Hawaii, we focus on economic freedom, individual liberty, and accountability. And so it's really important for us, just a minute here, is this working? There we go, okay. To watch government hearings. First of all, government hearings can provide news. If you're the first person to watch what the government's doing, you have the news. And a lot of times in Hawaii, our journalists don't watch government hearings. So that means that I'm the only one that knows a lot of times what happened in those meetings, and that can be very powerful. Another thing that government hearings are useful for are creating content for email newsletters. If you have that news, of course, then you can create content. With government hearings, we can do opposition research. What are our opponents saying about the free market, and so on? How do we dismantle their arguments? Public sentiment. What do people think about a policy? What do lawmakers think about a policy? Let me see here. Policy research, of course, and alerts. Sometimes we catch lawmakers saying things that they're not supposed to say on the mic, and that ends up being very important. So the problem is, though, that it takes a lot of time to watch government hearings. My staff and I, we would spend endless hours watching. Sometimes they go until 1 a.m. I've seen government hearings go for 10, 12, 14 hours. And that's when they pass the tax hike, by the way, when no one's watching. And so, but it costs a lot of money for us. I had to hire people to sit in a government hearing and write summary notes for me. Well, that sounds a lot like what AI can do, doesn't it? So once AI emerged on the scene, we said, well, let's connect this. So we hired a team of programmers from Pakistan. I went all over the world trying to look for hiring and firing different programmers. And we finally found Dr. Uzair Khan and Nawaz Assad, who they are, Dr. Khan has his doctorate in AI and innovation. And so we asked the Atlas Network to provide seed funding for us, which then spurred more donors into the project and actually got it working. So a big thank you to the Atlas Network. Now, from this, we created this, which is open hearings. A little bit later in the program, I'm going to have a QR code that you can scan, and you can use open hearings for yourself. But let's take a look at what this does. Oh, I'm sorry. Por favor, could you please click on the play button in this slide? There you go. Thank you. Gracias. Okay, so here's a look at what the system looks like. You can see that it automatically transcribes every single government hearing in Hawaii and posts it online here in this feed. I can click on a government hearing and see a video. Of course, you see the full video and the full transcript on the right side. This transcript, by the way, is diarized. That means that the speakers are separated. So when speaker A speaks, it's different than when speaker B speaks. Of course, you can search for the transcript, you can download it, or you can chat with it. This ends up being extremely powerful, by the way, the chat feature. So here I am using it. Let's see. I'm typing in, at what time code did the major vote occur? And so now it's going to sift through it. This is a 3-hour hearing, by the way. I would have to otherwise watch 3 hours of this to find out when the vote occurred. So here it is on the right side. It says the vote occurred at 1 hour and 3 minutes in. And now I can quickly go to that point in the video. Of course, on the left-hand side here, there's an article that's generated through AI, of course. And you can click on time codes and go to those points in the video. Now, other things you can do is search. So we can search for bills. Often they mention bills in government hearings, of course. And here I'm searching for SB 300, and there it showed up right away. I can also search for, that goes to the point in the video at which they were discussing SB 300. I can also search for people or phrases. I can search for the word tax hike, for example. Here I'm searching for my name, Joe Kent, and you can see it pulled up. It noticed that I spoke on March 13th at the Maui County Council. I spoke a lot, by the way. That day, there was a bad government policy that they had been talking about all week, and I used open hearings to quickly find the arguments that our opponents were using, and then I could dismantle them and then talk at the hearing the next day. Excuse me. Okay, so that's a look at the front end of the tool, and this is a look at all of the government bodies that it is connected to. So you can see it's connected to over 30 government bodies in Hawaii. I also connected it just recently to the Mexico City Congress, just for fun, to see if it could actually do Spanish, and it can. Let me show you that. Could you please click on this video too? Sorry about this. Let's see. Oops. Did that work? Okay. Well, just take my word for it. It does Spanish. Okay. Let me go to the next slide here. So by the numbers, it's connected right now to 33 government bodies. Over 1,000 meetings have been transcribed so far in the past year. That's 6,000 hours transcribed so far. These are all the features that it has. Of course, I showed you the AI chat feature, the news articles, advanced search, the diarization. What it does is when someone speaks in a government hearing, it captures a voice print of what their voice sounds like, And then if that person speaks later in the hearing, it assigns that same name to that same person. So that took a long time to figure out. Here's the cost to run the system. So this is the cost that I pay, which is about $200 per month to transcribe every single government hearing in Hawaii. That's 26 cents per hour, and remember when I showed it asking a question, that cost about 2 pennies, and so on. So how has it been useful? So this is a food truck in Hawaii called the Ula Ula Cafe. And I ate there. It's a wonderful food truck, but we found out that the government shut them down. They've shut all the food trucks down in Maui in the agricultural zones. And the way we found that out is through open hearings. We got an alert that this was happening, and I got an alert that one of our donors, his name is John, was talking at the hearing. He owns that food truck that I showed you. And so I was able to contact John and say, hey, I caught your testimony on the food truck resolution. He messaged back, need help, this is idiotic. So we got to work, and we used open hearings to try to figure out what people were saying. Could you click on this video? If you could, there you go. There you go, it worked. Now, in the chat feature there, you can see me typing, what stories did people who own food trucks, what were they saying? And in about 5 seconds, it told us all of the stories that people were saying about this. And you know how people are always saying, make stories, tell stories, don't bore people with policy, tell stories. So we captured all of their stories, and we put it in a news article. Here, this is a news article that we wrote, and you can see we inserted their stories here. This was so powerful, by the way, and got such a response that they ended up changing the policy. They passed the bill, which now allowed all those food trucks to operate again. So this was a big win for liberty. Now, this is interesting, by the way. I want to move on to something else, but I want to pause first. They asked me to take questions in between. Are there any questions? Yes. Oh, thank you. I showed the cost, which is reasonable, but I didn't have a comparison to what it cost before. So it costs us typically $1,000 a month in Hawaii. Hawaii is a very expensive place to live. $1,000 US dollars for an intern to sit in government hearings and watch them. And now we're paying $200 a month, not just for one intern, but for like an army of interns watching every single hearing. Does that answer your question? Okay, good. Another question, yes? It does not do video, it only does audio. That might be something to consider in the future, though. But the cost for video for APIs is extremely high, so that's why we don't do that. How is it different than the OpenAI transcriptions? Yes, so we use OpenAI's API sometimes. If the price is right, anyone who knows about AI APIs knows that it's a market and the price goes up and down. And so we just use whatever the lowest cost is for the best quality. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, journalism. I spoke to a journalist who I will not name, who was hostile to our organization. He did not like our organization. And so I had coffee with him, and I said, listen, I want to bestow upon you a secret tool that we are using, and I think it will really help you. And so he actually uses it, and he loved it. He uses it for every single story he does now on Maui County concerning the Maui County Council. He's constantly logged in. Here he said, thank you very much for sharing this open hearings tool with me. It's a valuable resource in seeing how AI summarizes a meeting. Other journalists, playing around in it today, I found my first story lead. Another journalist, having those searchable transcripts on the side is really helpful for finding where people are saying things in a 5-hour-long meeting. And Jonathan Helton, he's a policy analyst at the Grassroots Institute of Hawaii. He said it saves him thousands of hours in tracking legislation, so it's extremely useful. By the way, I've noticed that that journalist now tends to treat us really well in news stories. So that's good. Let me see here. Is this working? There we go. Okay, so this has created a swell of news stories in Hawaii. Now before this, the news was not covering the news. There was no news about the Maui County Council. You could go for months without hearing anything that happened in a local government meeting. This is happening in America. I don't know if it's happening in other countries, but the local journalists are no longer covering the government meetings like they used to, and because it takes too much time. And so if we can enhance and provide those tools for those journalists to cover the meetings, now you've suddenly changed journalism in the state. And that's exactly what we're doing. We are starting to transform journalism in Hawaii, which sounds crazy, but it's happening. Okay, here's a few other success stories. This gentleman is Keli'i Akina. He's the president and CEO of the Grassroots Institute, which is the organization I work for. There was a big tax, a tax on empty homes in Hawaii. If you have an empty home, we're gonna jack up your taxes. And so we had to quickly prepare him. You see that sheet he's holding there? We had to write, it's my job to write the arguments that he can use. And so we used open hearings to very quickly find all of the arguments and then create counter arguments that we could use. He ended up speaking and basically making fun of all of the bad arguments, got the whole crowd laughing, and eventually got the tax killed. So we dodged a bullet there. Toilet restrictions. We caught a lawmaker talking about this, and that's a whole nother story, but it was another big win for open hearings. Bad housing policy. These are all stories that I could tell you that open hearings helped us with. Okay, so let me pause again. Are there any questions again? Yes.
I think that this is amazing, but then actually when you started talking about journalists, the first thing that came to my mind is how this tool can help fighting disinformation. So when you have fake news and so on, and then they can say, well, in the hearing they will say this, and many times, journalists will say this because obviously no one's gonna go through 5 hours. So I wonder if also the tool has been used also to use or to debunk some bad arguments that or fake information that has come from the hearings.
And so far, it hasn't been used to debunk fake information, but it very well could in other regions, perhaps. But we at the Grassroots Institute have struggled with this because should we release open hearings publicly for any citizen in Hawaii to use? Even our opponents, by the way. how many of you think that we at the Grassroots Institute or any think tank should release a tool like this for the public to use, the citizens to use? Okay. How many of you think otherwise, that this should be a private tool that gives you a comparative advantage against your competitors? Okay, so there's some differences of opinion. My personal belief is sunshine is the best disinfectant. And so the more people have access to transparency, the more people can hold the government accountable, even if some people who differ from our opinion also have that transparency. That's my personal opinion, and that's something we're exploring at the Grassroots Institute. So, oh, whoops, I forgot the newsletter bot. Okay, so now let's talk about robots. Okay, if you have a bunch of data on what government people said in the hearings, now you can create a newsletter bot. And you can, let me start here. I woke up this morning at 6 a.m. and I checked my email, and sitting in my inbox was a news read of what happened in government hearings the previous day. I wake up to this every day. I can see it's basically my own personal newspaper focused on the things that I care about. And my whole staff has their own newspapers. I have a staff member who has a property tax bot. I have a staff member who has an agriculture bot, so they can get news focused on those things. If nothing happened in agriculture that day, the news bot will say nothing happened in agriculture that day. So could you, yes, you're already ahead of the game. Push play so you can see how this system works. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Okay, so here's a bunch of the bots that we've created on the back end of our system. You can see we created a libertarian alarm, which alerts me if anyone says something that would be concerning to a libertarian. You can select the meetings that you want it to watch. You can say past day, past week, or past month. And then you have your prompts, of course. You can use Gemini, you can use Claude, you can use OpenAI, or anything you want. This one just says, create a newspaper from the hearing transcripts from yesterday. So that's how it works. Of course, you can calculate your costs as well. Yesterday's hearings would cost about 6 cents to send me that email. You can schedule it, 6 a.m. every day, and send it to whoever you want. And you can click Ask for Approval before sending, or Send Automatically. Now, since it's just me, I have it send automatically. Okay, and here's what that bot looks like. Here's what that email looks like, excuse me. It says, Hawaii Policy Watch, and it shows me, it reads just like a newspaper. It's so cool. It even pulls out quotes, and you can click on the quote, and it goes to that time code in the video. So it's really quick. You can, of course, edit it here with this system that we've created before it goes out. So I want to show you a few other bots as well. This is, let's see here. Oh, a libertarian alarm. So this is, I'll answer your question in a second, but this says red, orange, yellow, green. So it kind of gives an alarm if various libertarian things happen. I have programmed it to say, make it red if this happens, make it yellow if it sees this, and so on. So I've told it what that is. This is the Mexico City skim. Judges got voted in, but who really won? The Mexico City just put the judiciary on the ballot. What could go wrong? So this is like a kind of a trendy version of a newsletter, I'd say. Okay, so I saw someone had a question. Yes? Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Right. Well, so how do I deal with sarcasm or misinformation that could be generated or hallucinated by the bot and so on, right? I found, you're exactly right, the more funny or sarcastic you want the piece to be, the more it gets it wrong. And so for my own purposes, the emails that it sends me, I have it just be very neutral and just boring, really, but just summarized. Now, if you wanted to send out a funny newsletter or a trendy newsletter, you would have to edit it beforehand, and so I create that opportunity. But yes.
Joe, I was actually asking more about the politicians saying something sarcastic. What do you, because that can create misinformation and often catches these kinds of tools.
Yes, okay.
Unguarded.
Let me talk about a similar but related concept. So I asked it one time if a vote passed, right? And it said, yes, the vote passed, right? But actually, the vote failed. And I said, well, wait a second, this is wrong. So I went back and looked at the transcript, and if you look at the transcript, it showed that all the politicians voted no, unanimously. And then the clerk said, the measure passes. She made the mistake, right? And so, and to the bot, it thought, oh, hey, look, the measure passed, right? But actually, it was just a fluke, a human fluke is what you're talking about. And I don't know what the answer is to that, really. Maybe grounding, or something like that. So I hope that answers your question, though. Okay, this is hooking it up. So you might wonder, okay, this works in Hawaii, it works in Mexico City. How quickly does it take to hook up to a new government body? May I ask you to click on it again, please? There you go. So let's time it. This is a YouTube channel, for example, of this government body. I'm going to click Add Body. We put the name in. We put the image in there. I'm going to put the YouTube channel ID inside of it, right there. And, of course, you have to put a URL. Once I put all of this information in and click Add, it adds the government body. That's it. So that's how quick it took. Now, from here on, it will transcribe every hearing that's posted and put it on our system. I can also put it in different buckets, too. I can say, if this is a speech, put it in one bucket. If it's a meeting, put it in another bucket. And the system will smartly decide which bucket to put it in. You could have it in a certain an energy committee meeting, for example, as a bucket. Okay, so this begs the question about, should we have other people use it? Should we allow people access so that they can use it? And by the way, if you would like to use the tool for free, try it out, sign up for it. You can scan this QR code, and I'll have it also at the end of the presentation. My only request is that you tell me what you think of the tool. Is it a bad tool? Is it hard to use? Could things be better? Do you have questions? And do you have questions about how you might be able to use it in your jurisdiction? I mean, do you want me to hook it up to your local government body? I'm happy to do that. Okay. So there are many countries around the world that stream government hearings. Not all of them do, of course. This is a few of them, both at the federal, there's hearings at every level of government, right? So this provides an opportunity for us to make the tool more available internationally. So how could we improve the tool? Well, we could roll it out to different jurisdictions. This is an interesting idea, but my problem is I have no idea if there's any demand for this. From where I'm standing, no one cares, So, but if people contact me and tell me that they are interested in this, that's very useful information. We could hook it up to court dockets. So this is a whole nother universe, but imagine being able to tell what was going on in the court systems. Of course, bill tracking, we can improve this with our system. This is what we want to do over the next few months. What else here? Open source, we could provide it open source, or maybe some other means other than open source. I mean, wouldn't it be cool if we could provide it to the Atlas network, and then the Atlas network could provide it to any Atlas network think tank partner, for example, so that they could pay the same price that I'm paying for using the tool, I mean, which is the cheapest price possible, basically. But there's a lot of complexity there, so if you have questions about that, please talk to me afterwards. Community notes, maybe this gets to your question. On x.com, they have community notes, so the community can fact check an error, and maybe there's some sort of system that we could build into this, I don't know. A news site, obviously, you think about, maybe we could create a local news site for us, but this gets now into this uncomfortable realm of AI-generated news. And this is the reason that Grassroots Institute has not released this publicly, is because this is still an uncomfortable concept around the world, to read news generated by AI, except it's already happening. I mean, if you look at news stories, there's already a summary on the top of the news story. Go to Google. You know, you Google anything, there's already an AI-generated summary. So I think my prediction is there's a changing social attitude towards AI, and eventually that's going to creep into the realm of news. It's going to be, and as AI becomes more accurate, maybe some community notes types verification features or grounding, my prediction is that AI-generated news will be commonplace. Okay. Paid tiers. So if you have a think tank and you had this system, you could charge local businesses to use the advanced features of the tool, and that could fund your think tank. We've, at the Grassroots Institute, have had many business owners approach us saying that they would pay, $10,000 a year or something like that to use this type of a tool. We have not done that because we do not want to, our mission is to advance individual liberty, and if we funded a lobbyist, or excuse me, if we took money from a lobbyist to use the tool, who might oppose our mission, there's just some philosophical problems that we have with that. But maybe your think tank has different ideas about that and could actually make money with this for your think tank. I don't know. Email lead generation, of course. So if you're the first with the news, then you can create content that can generate email leads. And at the end of the day, for the Grassroots Institute, we're called the Grassroots Institute. That means we focus on grassroots movements. We want to get as many people in our state to tip the scales. There have been studies that show if you can get 10% of a population to be on your side, then you can actually tip the other 90% of the population, and we do it frequently at the Grassroots Institute. We have an email list of 40,000 people who read our stuff every week. The population of the state is 1 million. So, we're getting to that 10%, basically. Okay, and other possibilities. As you can see, this just goes on and on. I'm sure you have different ideas about how to use this. But if you, again, would like to use the tool, please feel free to scan the QR code. Let me know what you think about it, and I'd love to hear any questions that you have. Thanks so much. Okay, right here.
Yeah, it's fantastic work that you're doing in innovation. I'm interested in how you flex the API between different models, right? Like, so I assume you've kind of built the prompts around one model that you train, use the system. Are the results inconsistent, or do you need, like how do you kind of manage the consistency across that?
Yeah, we just play with it a lot. That helps a lot in the newsletter creation process to select different ones. I find like ChatGPT, for example, at one point it was way too creative. I don't want creativity, I just want the facts. But then they change from time to time too, as with the price. And so I think it's important to schedule time to play. Any other questions? Have we met any resistance from the government? The government doesn't know about it. The government has no, except I did tell one government clerk about this, and he thought it was mind-blowing, and he instantly wanted access to the system, because who really uses government hearings a lot is government workers. They need to know what happened in the hearing. So he's begging me to use it, but I have said no so far, so yeah. Well, if not, then I will end a little early. But thank you so much for your attention, and I really appreciate you being interested in this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we're going to take a coffee break now, but please come join us at 12:45 for the next block on innovation in consumer empowerment. Right here in the arena, we'll have of the map the digital solution transforming Brazil slums with Marcelo Faria, and over the theater, we'll have Push to Leave, a barcode scanner with Felix House. Also, please remember that in Spanish to English translation devices are available for pickup in the cafetería. Les recordamos que pueden recoger cualquier dispositivo de traducción directamente en la cafetería.
He won the last year. Yeah.
Hello, hello. So we're starting here our next section. I hope the conversations have been interesting so far. Here we have a good friend, Marcelo. Marcelo Freire coming in from Brazil, but a year ago I heard first about this project on a pitch, and now we're seeing it grow in the next phase. So Marcelo has been working on more than Brazil slums, on the favelas, of finding private solutions to a public problem. All right, ready? Ready? All right. And Off the Map, the digital solution for transforming Brazil's slums, I think is a fantastic project on figuring out how to bring in people into the formal market. And we're going to hear more about how this can get done. And of course, being in Latin America does not only apply for Brazil. It's a wide application around the world. Marcelo. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I have some signs here, so that's why I'm with this bag from Atlas Network. Do have, okay, thank you. So, I'll talk about something that we usually take for granted. Raise your hand if you have an address and a zip code. I think everybody does, right? So do I. But we take for granted because what if you didn't have one? And we are talking about people who doesn't have a zip code, and sometimes they even doesn't have an address, and sometimes they even doesn't have internet connection, mobile connection. Really poor people living in slums in Brazil, that in Portuguese we call it favelas. I don't know the name in Spanish. My Portuguese is really good, but not perfect. So I have an example here, if you can play the video. This was the first slum that we went. It's called Tavares Bastos. It's in Rio de Janeiro. Can you play the video, please? Thank you.
Meu nome é Hilda, eu tenho 73 anos, moro há 43 na Tavares. Já perdi vários cartões aqui, que eles dizem que não trazem. Aí quando eu vou no correio já voltou. Você for no correio que tem de carta. Outro dia eu fui atrás de um cartão, o que tinha de carta da Rio Águas, que tinha de conta para o pessoal receber, o pessoal nem sabia. Muitas encomendas já foram extraviadas aqui.
So she is living there for 43 years. She never had a zip code, so she lost a lot of different things there. And you can see there's the sugar loaf behind. So even though they are really near the sugar loaf, there's it's a community which is very poor. And we went there to change this reality. Oops. And we got one of the persons there talking about the importance of having a zip code. So imagine if you can't call an ambulance because, like, if you don't have an address, you don't have a way of saying, I live in this place. So you have to say, I live near the greenhouse, which is around the corner of the bar, which is around the corner of the supermarket or something like that. And 10 minutes can make the difference between life and death sometimes. So she said that the importance of having a zip code, not only for ambulance, but for rescue team, for firefighters, for all different sorts of things. So 3 years ago, we have a census in Brazil, and we have 16 million people living in slums with this condition. It's around 80% of the Brazil's population. It's a lot of people. They live in over 12,000 slums. So I have a map of Brazil showing where they live. So you can see the bigger the dot, the more people in that city lives in slum. So you can see the ones at red, they have we have cities there that have over half the city living in slums. So for example, we have the United Nations Climate Conference at Belém. In Belém, 55% of the people here there don't have a nice place to live. People will be there talking about climate change with people that don't have sewage, they don't have water supply. So you can see what's the problem. It's not just about ideology. We are talking about really poor people with all kinds of problems, and we're trying to solve one of them, which is the lack of an address. And we are working at Rio de Janeiro. So Rio de Janeiro is here. Of course, it is a red dot. We are from São Paulo, so we are here. We have a kind of an orange dot there. And, but we have the need to change the reality in the whole country. That's the idea. So for that, we created this project. In Portuguese, it's called CEP para Todos. In English, zip code for all. And the idea is to deliver dignity one zip code at a time. So when we talk about a digital zip code, we are talking about having the opportunity to enroll in a school or daycare center near your house. Because in Brazil, if you want to enroll your children near your house, you need to have an address. Otherwise, they can put you in the school like 5, 10 kilometers away from your house. And the same about local healthcare, to receive deliveries, internet and telephone services, open a bank account. And we're talking with somebody here about how the lack of an address sometimes doesn't allow you to open a bank account. So if you don't have a bank account, how can you receive a wage? How can you get credit? So actually, it's a looks like a small problem, but actually has different impacts on different people, and it's a huge impact. So we are talking about basic sanitation, the same thing. If you don't have an address, how can you get to receive the bill and pay the bill for the basic sanitation, for water, for electricity? So it's actually a huge problem. So talking about the project in practice, we had some initial challenges on that. The first one is that we needed a local partner to work inside the communities because, of course, if somebody's there, they always know more about the community than us. So it took us a while to find a good partner. We did. And we also had to deal with some community resistance because first they think you are from the government. So depending on the community, they tell you, oh, maybe this is not a good idea here. We heard that. No, you shouldn't do that here. I think you are from the government, or we are having problems with the police, you know. There's criminality in this favela, so sometimes we couldn't do the project there. And okay, we had to move to another place. We have some challenges on the ground about how to create a methodology to make it scalable so we could go to other favelas and continue the project afterward. And of course, supplier challenges because we have signs. So like I show you, and I brought some, we put signs like this one in each house. So we had to find a supplier. We actually looked for suppliers in the whole country. As you could see, it's a big country, so it took us a while. And we found a good supplier in a different part of the country, far away from São Paulo, but it was actually great. But after that, we could finally create a methodology. And the first thing we need to do is we need to tell people what we are going to do, because we're going to be there for 1 month, maybe 3 months. So we created some flyers like this one. It's in Portuguese, but I have this kind of the same text here in English. So we always need to tell it's free for them, because they're very worried about having to pay to receive the time. So we have to say that they're not obligated to receive the sign. So if they decide not to receive it, it's fine. So it's opt-out. And normally we have like 10 people deciding not to receive in a community with 1,000 people, so it's fine. And let's explain a little bit about the sign and how does it work. And we also explain how to use the code. And I'll tell you a little bit more about the code. But normally you have on every website, you have your address, and you can always have an extra field to put some extra information about the address, like your apartment number or something like that. And for that, in this field, they can use the zip code, the digital zip code. So mapping, if you can play this video, it shows a little bit about the initial work is just walk around the favela to get to know more about it. So this is the third favela we did. It's called Kelsons. In some parts of this favela, they didn't have mobile connections. So it was the first time we had to do part of the project on paper, because they didn't have mobile connection to use the GPS and get the latitude and longitude we need to convert to the plus code. Yes, please.
One, two. Are you saying that if somebody enters that code in, they get more clear information about where this place is located? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
It's actually better than a normal postal code, because you can actually get on the map exactly where the place is. And I even have some cards here, so you can test it by yourselves. We have some cards with a digital zip code, so you can, So you can test it by yourself. You can just get this code, put it on Google Maps. You need to put the city name too, and you find exactly where it is located.
How they use it? I mean, let's say something very simple, that they want to order food, yeah? So there is this space, you know, this field where they have to put this number?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have to work with all the companies that delivered something in order to have this new field. Is that correct?
Normally, all the companies already have the field, because the same field you use to put like the room number, the suite number, the apartment, the block, is the same field. So normally they always have this complementary field to put extra information. So we don't need to work with them to put an extra field because they normally already have it.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
So this is what happens. So we go from house to house. We hire people from the favela. So like I said, they know more about the favela than us. So we hire people that live there. And every pin in this map is a house. So this was the first slum. It's called Tavares Bastos. It was the easiest one to do because there's no criminals there, because the local SWAT team headquarters is there, like here. So the SWAT team is located in the highest part of the favela, so they have no criminals there. So it's really easy. Like, we have a Hook movie that was shot there because it's really calm, really hard. It's not hard at all to work there. So we started there. And then we went to the second one, which is, this one has, I think, around 1,000 houses. Then we went to the second one, it's way bigger. This is actually 2 favelas. It's called Tabajaras e Cabritos. So we have here 4,000 houses. So we had a team there on the ground, going house by house, using a GPS. We use Google's technology to mark each house on the map. And each of these houses have a different latitude and longitude. And after that, I will show you, we convert that to the plus code. And this was the last one. It's called Kelsons. This is the one where part of the favela doesn't have mobile connection. So it's actually the poorest one that we did. And there was something great that happened here, because this is like 1/3 of the community. Like we did like 1/3 here, but there's extra 2/3 here that the Residents Association told us, this part of the favela, they don't need it, they don't want it. And we said, fine, we start with the 1/3. But after we started doing the project there, the other part of the slum said, no, we want that too. Please come to us. So now we are going to do the whole favela instead of only 1/3. So how we create the plus code? It's actually something that only Google knows, because we don't know the formula for that. But you can use a script on Google Workspace. So you use a normal Google spreadsheet. We put the latitude and longitude there, and the formula converts to a plus code. But you can see there's a full plus code with 13 digits, but we use a shorter one with 9 digits. Why? Because the first 4 is always the same for the same city. So it doesn't make sense to put 11 or 13 codes, digits in the same sign if it's the 4. The 4 first is always the same for the whole city. So after that, we have the signs, like I show you. This is actually one sign we put in one of the houses, so I asked them to print more than one. We use plastic, so it's very durable. It can last like 5 years, 10 years, and that's the best we can do to put the signs there, because it's Rio de Janeiro. You have sun, you have rain, you have all kinds of problems, and we needed the signs to last. And like I told you, if you get this code, this is the code here. If you put it on the map, Google Maps, it gets you exactly the location of the people there. So it's actually better than a normal zip code. And then here are our team installing the signs. If you can play the video, please.
Entrega de farmácia, as pessoas ficam perdidas. Entrega de mercado, as pessoas ficam perdidas. Abraço, beijo, beijo. Acabou de gravar.
So you can see there's a plus code sign there. And for this one, Kelson's, which was the third one, they also asked us to please define the formal address and formal number of each house, because they didn't have that too. They didn't have even a formal address. It was kind of a mess around the slum. So they gave us, this street is called Marcílio Dias for us. Okay, so we put it Marcílio Dias on the sign. And you need to decide which number goes on each house. They decided too, and we put it the number they decided. So for this time, we had the plus code, we have the normal address, and we also put signs for the street name. That was the first time we actually put the formal address there too. I can't say fully formal because we need to go to the government to recognize that, but it's there, and they use it. And this is the final result. So, video, please. So you can see we have each house with a different sign. So as the latitude and longitude changes, so changes the plus code. So each house has a unique plus code. Thank you. And now I'll have some people from there talking about it, so it's better than me talking about the project. I brought 3 different people from there talking about how this will change their lives. So for now, we have almost 1,000 households in Tavares Bastos. This is Tavares Bastos. Over 4,000 households in Tabajaras and Cabritos, and over 1,000 in Kelson. So we reached 6,200 houses in 1 year, kind of 1 year. Which means 25,000 Brazilians with a digital zip code. And that's great, but we want to do way more. So I have 3 people here talking a little bit about how this will change their lives. So please, first.
Bom dia. Felizmente agora está bem melhor aqui, que agora vai ver essa plaquinha, vai facilitar a nós, fazer o endereço de uma empresa, de outras coisas, que antigamente não via nada. Nós ia caçar as coisas, não chegava na associação, tinha que ir no correio lá fora. Então eu sou aqui, estou com 42 anos. Eu vim da Paraíba com 5 anos de idade. Então aqui eu sou cria dessa área aqui. Então eu cresci aqui, então é aqui que eu vou viver, é aqui que eu vou morrer aqui mesmo. Entendeu? E aqui esse pedaço aqui é o Beco da Tranquilidade, que era o nome. Beco da Tranquilidade. Ela amarela, tudo isso, então graças a Deus. E esse projeto está vindo para a nossa comunidade, vai ajudar muito os moradores. E quem fez esse projeto, todo esse licenciamento para cá, eu agradeço que daí eu espero que esteja coisa melhor. E a nós somos uma comunidade sofredora, mas estamos ganhando.
So this is the first. The second one is a delivery man.
Meu nome é Eric, eu tenho 20 anos, eu sou entregador da farmácia. Pô, as plaquinhas beneficiou todas que entregam também, porque é muito fácil de se localizar agora, porque antigamente era a gente perguntando ou o cliente não sabia onde morava e era mó BO para a gente conseguir achar. Agora facilitou muita coisa, a gente tá até orgulhoso, tá até feliz que quando chegou a placa. E é isso. Obrigado.
So it's cool that he said we are even proud because of that, because they're very poor people, and now they have an address, so they can have like the same things that normal people, that in Rio de Janeiro they call it people from the asphalt, so people from the urban area. And now they can have the same opportunities to get deliveries and everything. And the third one.
Eu me chamo Rosana, tenho 35 anos, sou dona do bar da Rosana. Na Marcílio Dias, número 148 agora. Antes não tinha endereço. Aqui sempre teve esse problema. Ninguém nunca encontrava o endereço certo. Ou saía pedindo informações ou não encontrava o endereço. Ficou muito bom depois dos números. Eu vejo as pessoas fazendo entrega da farmácia, supermercado, do pichichete mesmo. Todo mundo já vai no endereço certo.
So I even had to Google what was pichichete because it's not from São Paulo. It's a local supermarket there. It's real. So see, for us, our normal things like get deliveries to your door, but for them, they'll get it for the first time. And now Hilda, the first one that I show you.
Agora com esse poder na mão da gente, com esse digital, vai melhorar muito, entendeu? Não tem por que eles ficarem alegando, fomos lá, não encontramos CEP, não encontramos a rua, não encontramos nada.
And that's an extra thing, like the government tried to do the same. They actually copied our project name. So it's called CEP para Todos, too, like our name in Portuguese. And they used the Brazilian post office company, it's called Correios, to do it. So in 6 months, they did 78 in 6 months. They stayed helping the poor. They had to go to 4 different slums to do 78. So this is in São Paulo. So now what we want to do, we want to scale to 200,000. So we are talking about 50,000 houses. And you can help us, like you receive it in your kind of business card. We are part of a global competition from the fund called Socials Fund. You don't need to donate. If you want, it's better because your vote weighs more. But you don't need to donate like 100,000, 1,000. You can donate like $10. And if we win, we'll be able to reach 200,000 people. So this is the QR code. If you want to vote, you have it in your business card too. And I'm open to questions. Thank you.
I have two questions. The first one is, what is your coverage of the percent, how many houses are in Tavares, and how many were you able to give this number?
Coverage is normally 99%.
99%?
Yeah. We have like 10, maybe 20 people that reject the sign. In the Tavares and Cabitros, we had a different issue because we have criminals there. So we never speak with the criminals, but we speak with the residents association. And they normally do the bridge with the criminals to ask for permission from the leaders. They call it the leaders. And the guys told, okay, you can do it. You have the community, no problem. But only don't do the zip codes in this part of the slum, which doesn't make any sense because now the whole favela have the zip codes, but only 30 or 40 houses don't have the zip code. So if I was a policeman, I would think, why these houses don't have a zip code? And all the other houses have. So yeah, doesn't make any sense. But we did what they asked, and fine. We had no problems with that. So normally 99% coverage.
And my second question was essentially this one. I mean, not acquiring the number is like hey, maybe I'm a criminal and you can, know perfectly where am I. So that was my second question. What about these people who maybe they didn't want to be, locals,
Yeah, we had some favelas where we talked with the residents association. They told us now is not a good time for you to do this here because we are having policy. The policemen are here, they're having operations here, so it's not safe for you to be here, but not only because of the criminals, but because of the fight and everything. So we gave up and went to another favela. So that happens, and there's nothing we can do. But we are there. If they want it, and we have the funds to do, we'll do as many as we can.
Hi. Do you see another application of this virtual zip code rather than the slums, for example, new living developments, because as I understand, it's very accurate in, for example, for delivering of products now with drones and with this new technology, it will be easier to deliver through this virtual zip code. So for example, for new living developments, do you see an application there, like more on the business side to sell this to these new developers?
Yeah, actually, if you open Google Maps right now and put it here, you can see that every place has a plus code. You can just look at Google Maps right now. The problem with slums is that they don't have an address, they don't have map coverage, so it's really hard to get the right location. That's why we have to hire people there to go house by house to get the right latitude and longitude. So yes, we can use two other things. Actually, in Brazil, we have two other issues that some municipalities already talk with us. First, we have like 1,000 cities that they only have one zip code for the whole city because our state-owned post office is very efficient. So they didn't want to do more than one zip code for the whole city, and it's also a problem. Second issue, we have problems in the rural areas. So sometimes you have the zip codes for the city, but if you are on the rural area where it's very far from every city, you don't have an address to. So we already have municipalities talking with us to do that. The problem for us is like we had the funding for doing the project in the slums, so we cannot use the funds to do it elsewhere. But if we get the funds to do all the other kinds, of course we can do it. So yes, there's different kinds of usage for the zip codes technology.
So do you have some kind of device that you use to find the geolocation? And is there a way for people to voluntarily create their own geolocation for their address?
Yeah, they use their own mobiles for that because your own mobile has a good GPS. It's not the perfect one in the world, but for a slum is enough. And it gets the right location if you are really in front of the house. So you really need to have people there in front of each house to get the exact location. So it can converge the plus code and it can reflect the right location for that house. So yes, it's possible, but yeah, they can do by themselves, yes. But first, they don't know about it. Second, they don't have the money to do it because we have the cost with the team, with the signs, with the people there organizing the team and on the field. So there's some costs involved, and they don't want to do it. Like the Residents Association could do it, but they need to raise funds and everything. So it's easier if you just come from outside, like we do, and do the job for them.
And they wouldn't be able to print their own signs either, right? You print the signs, right?
Yeah. We found a supplier at Rio de Janeiro, so now it's easier for us. But we started with a supplier from Goiânia, which is very far from Rio de Janeiro, it's very far from São Paulo. But now at Rio de Janeiro, we got a supplier for the signs, so it's a little bit easier on the logistics side. And nobody asked it, but the cost for the whole project is around $1 per person. So the socials fund, if we win, we will receive $200,000, which allow us to do 200,000 people, which we have like 4 people for each house, so 50,000 houses means 200,000 people. So that's the cost. And actually, we have this problem here in Mexico, too. I even looked at the Guinness Book, and there, according to the Guinness Book, I don't know if it's right, but the biggest slum in the world is here in Mexico. It has like 4 million people. So it's an issue that happens at all different kinds of situations, different countries. We actually got this idea from India. India was the first place to do it. We kind of copied and adapted to Brazil. So yes, we could do that in Mexico, in India, all different kinds of countries, especially developing countries. Any more questions? So thank you very much again. If you want more information, just let me know.
Thank you so much, Marcelo. We'll now break for lunch. Please be back at 3:50 for the next block, Innovation in Advocacy and Culture. Here in the arena, we'll have Back to the Future with Terry and Matt Kivi. And over the teatro, we'll have Libertarian Playtime with Toma Kubuhaiku.
October 21st, 2015.
Hi, welcome back everybody. Universidad de Libertad is so happy to have you here and being part of Innovation Summit 2025. So I will present to you Matt and Terry Kibi. They are a great couple, they are so cool, and they are going to talk today about storytelling. And for the guys that are in the school and have this class, it's going to be so interesting. So it is Back to the Future, Stories and Jokes, and Radical Innovation. So a big applause to them. Thank you.
Never been introduced as being cool before, so hopefully we can take care of this. All right, now we're just waiting for there we go. So.
Wednesday, October 21st, 2015.
Hey, Doc, we better back up. We don't have enough road to get up to 88.
Roads? Where we're going, we don't need roads.
So you probably didn't know that I was starring in Back to the Future back in the 80s, right? I'm not going to tell you how that actually worked, but you can probably figure it out. So we're going to build out on the theme of there are no roads where we're going. Technology is changing so quickly that it's almost impossible to keep up. The sound is, there it is. So we're always trying to innovate and keep up with things. It's very challenging, but you always have to continue doing that, but also be aware of how this technology can be used. All right, this is better. Okay.
Can you just start over totally?
All right, so that was the first time I was ever introduced as being cool. So the title of our talk is Back to the Future, How Storytelling and Jokes Are Radical Innovations. But think about it, comedy and jokes have always been radical. It was always the way that you could question the status quo, you could question the king. The court jester was the only one who was ever able to say, really, that's not quite right, without the risk of getting his head cut off. Luckily today, we can still use comedy to challenge the status quo. You probably aren't going to get your head cut off, but sadly you are being challenged now, even the comedians when they question the man. You probably won't get your head cut off. You might get canceled on social media, but sadly, in too many countries now, there are people being arrested for telling jokes and being funny. And human stories, those are the best ways to reach people. We could use facts and figures and numbers, but those don't appeal to that many people. The way you really change people's minds is through their hearts, by telling them how things affect people individually, not with a white paper. I mean, white papers reach a few people that are really interested in that. But to really change culture, you need to reach out using new technologies, but always keeping things authentic and real.
But you know what really changes hearts and minds? An AI-generated, very angry, revolutionary squirrel who has just been murdered by bureaucrats in New York. Does anyone remember Peanut? Je suis Peanut. And Fred. Everybody forgets Fred the raccoon. So I spent a very productive 48 hours making squirrel memes when Peanut was assassinated. And it was a lot of fun, and we generated lots of clicks. But we don't even do this anymore. It was kind of a one-day fad.
But I assume the appropriations bills are slaving away to get these done? Pardon my sarcasm.
No, yeah, it's warranted. Last week and this week, particularly this week, I got excited. We were supposed to come to Congress and vote on rescissions. Well, guess what? It got pulled from the docket, these rescission votes.
I asked AI to make budget reconciliation interesting. And that's a conversation that I had with Congressman Thomas Massey. Does anyone remember the baby thing? That lasted at least 2 days, so that was awesome. So we go through these fads with technology, and while they're fun little gimmicks, we don't want to lose the forest for the trees.
So Matt loves to quote dead economists. I make fun of him a lot. As a rule, I don't do it. I don't think that most people really care what Hayek or Mises said. But you all aren't most people. So I'm a libertarian. I'm going to break my own rule here, and I'm going to quote Hayek. He said, "If old truths are to retain their hold on men's minds, they must be restated in the language and concepts of successive generations." So what does that mean? It means that you should not change your message, but you need to change the way that you convey your message. You know, it started out with white paper. Well, it started out with like writing on papyrus and dead letters, you know, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and then we moved forward. We were writing white papers, we're making videos. So that at Free the People is what we always do. We've been constantly innovating and changing and making videos and storytelling and comedy. But today with technology, you don't have to just watch me read Hayek. You can actually see Hayek in his own language.
Si las viejas verdades han de mantener su poder sobre las mentes de los hombres, deben ser replanteadas en el lenguaje y los conceptos de las generaciones siguientes.
Seriously? What prompts did you use?
I said make Hayek sexy. And it nailed it.
I'm taking AI away from you. Never again. But let me see if I can get this right this time.
Sollen alte Wahrheiten ihren Einfluss auf den Verstand der Menschen behalten, müssen sie in der Sprache und den Begriffen nachfolgender Generationen neu formuliert werden.
I don't know, y'all probably like Salma better.
Audience participation, Sama or Frederick? Who's with Sama? All the men. Who's with Frederick? All the women.
All right, so we're going to get started off with some fun. We've been talking about comedy, and I would be really remiss if we did not show this comedy skit here while we're in Mexico. We might offend a few of you, but isn't that what comedy is all about?
Mulder. Mulder. Mulder!
Oh, Scully, sorry, I was focused on this case.
I know, you've been locked in here for weeks.
I'm close to cracking it.
No, Mulder, you aren't. You're searching for a fantasy. There's no such thing as Latinx.
Latinx exists, and I can prove it.
Mulder, this is just a wild goose chase.
Is it? There are 62.5 million Latinx in the United States. It's 19% of the population.
Yeah, but have you ever met one of them?
No.
Don't you find that weird?
This woman claims to have had encounters with multiple Latinxes.
And this is the closest thing you've got to a lead. Hello?
Federal agents.
Come in. Hurry!
Nobody believes me. They all say I'm crazy.
No. We don't think you're crazy. Please, tell us what happened.
So, it was about 3 weeks ago. I was sitting in my workroom designing my jewelry.
I make and sell jewelry on Etsy. You should check out my shop.
If you could just please stick to the story, Miss Hathley.
So, I was working when suddenly I heard a strange noise. So I went to my window to see what it was, and that's when I experienced the smell. A smell I didn't recognize. It smelled...
Alien.
Yes. I went outside to investigate. I was terrified. But somehow I found the inner strength to politely ask them to turn down their music and maybe cook something that didn't smell so strong. I thought they were going to turn hostile, so I quickly communicated with them that I was an ally. I voted against Trump twice. I even showed them my pussy hat to prove it. their leader spoke to me. He said, "Pinche coño," which I believe is how they say thank you. I don't remember what happened next. I was transported back to my home somehow. Some kind of teleportation device, I'm guessing.
Were you drinking, Miss Athley?
No.
Uh-huh.
Abandoned. They fled.
Or maybe they were just a normal family that left because Miss Hathley kept annoying them.
Scully, look. Latin X.
Mulder, this isn't evidence of anything. Pinche coños are not reliable witnesses.
If Latinx aren't real, then how is there a box for them on every college application, on government forms? Why do politicians mention them in speeches? Why has NPR used the term Latinx 3,953 times in the past week?
I don't know, Mulder. I don't know.
I think I know someone who does. I've been to every single barrio, vecindad, manzana, and caserio in the country, and I still haven't found a single Latinx. Where are they?
Señor Mulder, yo salí que el salón es muy grande.
I have to know the truth.
The truth is, you loco fool, and you're asking the wrong question. You keep asking, ¿dónde Latinx? Well, you should be asking, ¿por qué Latinx?
Mulder, what are we doing out here? What does that smell?
I put out some bait.
Bait?
The best way to find a mythological creature is with a mythological creature. And it looks like we found one.
Is that?
Yes, the chupacabra, the goat sucker. It's okay. We're friends. We've left these dead goats out for you.
Oh, gracias. I was wondering where all these ghosts come from. Thank you, papi. ¿Qué pasa?
Mr. Cabra.
No. My father's name was Mr. Cabra. You can call me Chupa.
Chupa, we need your help. We're looking for a living, real-life Latinx.
Latinx? What the fuck is that?
It's the collective term for people of Latin American cultural or ethnic identity in the United States. Supposedly.
Oh, you mean Latino?
Yes, but not masculine.
You got that right.
It's gender neutral.
It sounds like some shit white people made up in college.
Chupa, have you ever met a person who identifies as Latinx?
I never met anyone like that. And I know a lot of Latin American people. They always chase me out their farms or out of the chicken coops in their backyard. Papi, I know Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans. Papi, I know 3 Costa Ricans.
And none of them called themselves Latinx?
Shit, nobody wants to be called Latinx. I'd rather be called a Spig, a Wetback, Beaner, Ted Cruz, Pendejo, Gay, Pato, Ben Affleck.
Mulder, you've been asking too many questions.
Who are you?
We're the AWFL.
Oh, awful?
Adult white female liberals.
Oh.
Listen carefully. The Latinx community is a strong, vibrant culture that definitely exists, is totally bueno, and will always vote Democrat. This is your last warning. Stop, or you'll end up like this.
Oh
my God!
We'll be watching.
You see, Scully, I told you Latinx was real.
What the fuck is up with his tongue?
It's a Latinx thing you wouldn't understand.
There's no way I'm doing 7 more seasons of this.
So now we made, well, most of you laugh. And now, I don't know, maybe we'll make you cry. Those of you who know us or know the work of Free the People, you might realize that Matt has been obsessed with COVID and the government lockdowns and the horrific harms that they did to people. And initially we struggled on how to convey this to people. Again, we could use facts and figures, but people don't really relate to that. We can cite regulations, but that doesn't work. We really wanted to tell a story. And so we found this restaurant, the Schnitzel House in Brooklyn, and it was run by Fred and his family. Fred was struggling through the lockdowns, trying to keep his business open, trying to keep his employees paid, doing whatever he could to make this work. And during all of this, and when we were talking with him, he told us the horrific story of what happened to his son, Richie, during the lockdowns. And this is Richie's story.
Richie, as I said, he was always a giver. I mean, he would walk down a block and he would see you having trouble with your car. Even if he was in a rush, he would stop and say, hey, can I help you? You know, I need a jump. If he had to walk 20 blocks to go get his car, he'd come back and give you a jump. That's the way we brought him up. That's the way Richie was. He was 26. He had his first seizure in December of 19. Went to the hospital. Everything's perfect. You know, there's nothing wrong with him. Why did he have a seizure? We don't know. Follow up with a neurologist. Okay. Followed up with a neurologist. Can't find anything wrong. Healthy as a horse. Seriously? Yeah. I mean, he was healthy. I mean, he was built. He was in a nutritional company. After that, he went for the testing. He's healthy as a horse. Okay, fine. He has another seizure in March of 20, and we went. He had scheduling all set up, and they canceled it because of COVID. And April 7th, he had a grand mal seizure in my arms up in the house, and he was brain dead. His heart stopped. They restarted it. It stopped again. But basically, I don't know, good or bad, but New York City has stipulations on what is considered brain activity. And he was on a ventilator, and he, they said that by New York state law, he's mentally dead. So he wasn't an organ donor, but the type of person that he was, we decided to donate his organs. Amber, myself, his mom, Jen, decided to try to help save other lives. Unfortunately, when he passed, obviously we couldn't do funerals, we couldn't do anything else. So I was basically there with, Amber and my girls. I felt alone. He was not remembered the right way. That's why we haven't buried him with my parents yet. I want to have a memorial for him here in Bay Ridge somewhere, and have people remember who he was, the good person that he was. He was cheated in life, and he was cheated in death also. And that's not the way he's going to be remembered. He gave a lot. What he had, he gave, and he gave more than he needed to, and he needs to be remembered that way.
This film was selected and shown at a New York City film festival. And I can't imagine a more hostile place to show a film that talks about the horrific unintended consequences of government lockdowns. And not only was this film shown, but we won Best COVID Film that year. we didn't talk about the politics at all. We just told a story, and we reached a fairly hostile theater with our message. And they started to recognize and understand how government interventions are so horrific when they're with such, I don't know, this film just always kind of upsets me. So we've made you laugh, we've made you cry, we've made me cry. And so we're getting you kind of sucked into what we're talking about. And that's our strategy, that's our message. So now I've had the fun part of the talk. I got to show you videos, I got to show off our work. And now Matt gets to go into the deep dive of what we do, and he gets to get all intellectual, and he'll probably quote a dead economist or four.
So I'm not even going to just quote a dead economist. When I'm not quoting dead economists, I love to quote dead philosophers and dead rock stars. So tie in, because we're going to go there. I often describe myself, when I'm trying to explain to people where my mind is as a libertarian, I'm the intellectual bastard child of Ayn Rand and Jerry Garcia. Does anyone know who Jerry Garcia was? Iconic 60s rock musician, guru to a generation, jam guitarist extraordinaire, and father of a cultural movement that actually has its roots in a very set of libertarian principles. So on the one hand, Ayn Rand, rigidly independent, rigidly protective of my individual rights to own myself. On the other hand, Jerry Garcia, or maybe Frederick Hayek, where there's a sense of belonging and community, and a story about how it is that free people somehow spontaneously come together and create something that was far more beautiful than any one of them could have created on their own. So in 1985, a couple of tech bros got together in Sausalito, California, and created something called The Well. The Well was arguably the very first social network. That's Facebook is 2004, Twitter is 2006, The Well is 1985. And because it was in the Bay Area, the very first people to populate The Well were these deadheads that were following Jerry Garcia and the Grateful Dead across the country. They had already built an ethos as their community. They would create spontaneous marketplaces. They had rules of conduct. They had an ethos of mutual respect. They took that in their analog world, in the Grateful Dead parking lot, right into this fledgling social network, and created this ethos of free speech, respect, and unbounded opportunity. And that ethos very much defined the founding libertarian ethos of technology. Jack, before he was corrupted by government politicians, was very much a free market absolutist. One of the guys in The Well who happened to write the lyrics for the Grateful Dead was a guy named John Perry Barlow. And John Perry Barlow famously, years later, would write the Declaration of Independence in Cyberspace, which was this Randian demand that government and tech monopolists leave us alone. And I became a huge fan of John Perry Barlow. I got to talk to him a number of times, first as a deadhead, but more importantly, as this sort of cyber libertarian intellectual that was imagining the power of the internet. And I want to show you a short clip of a speech that he gave 10 years after that manifesto.
And I can sort of see how that came to pass, because there was a period when I felt like, as Alan Kay said, the best way to predict the future is to invent it. I also believed that the best way to invent the future was to predict it. And there was a certain point where I felt like if I were sunny enough in my predictions, I could get enough people to believe that the future looked good, that we would be like, sort of like Wile E. Coyote. We'd be well out over the chasm before we realized that we didn't have much footing. And I have known ever since I encountered the internet that it was both the most liberating tool I had ever seen for humanity and the best system for extremely granular surveillance that had ever been devised, and that it would always be that way, and that there was always going to be, throughout my lifetime, a battle between the forces of openness and connection and freedom from repression, and the forces of secrecy and repression and well, the usual contest between love and fear that I think is what happens on the material plane and the reason that we're here in the first place. And so I will say in the beginning that even though I do think that technology tends to be a zero-sum game, we are in a very interesting moment in human history in that for the first time, we have it within range to make it possible for anybody, anywhere, to know everything that he is intellectually capable of assimilating about any topic. That is to say, he can know as much, whether he's in the uplands of Mali or Midtown Manhattan, about some nuance of molecular biology, as is presently known by anybody. Now, I understand that knowledge also has a context, and this is much likelier to be the case if it's not in the uplands of Mali, since you won't have so many people to discuss it with. But I mean, there is, I think, the possibility that we can convey to future generations the right to know. The right to know as much as they want to know. And that includes everything that is presently known and generally applicable by anybody. And it also includes everything that is known or can be known about what one's government is doing. Unfortunately, it may also include a little more than many of us would prefer to be known about our private lives. Not that I'm for giving everybody the right to know your private sexual habits, but I mean I'm afraid that we are devising a thing that is either easy to censor or not easy to censor. And it is all of one piece. And if you can shut it down to one kind of information, you can also shut it down to another. And so what we have to start doing, instead of worrying about what the technology can or can't do, is to think about what we want to do with the technology and what our intentions are.
Echoes of Naomi Brockwell's speech this morning. They're warning that this thing that is so beautiful, and I'm one of these cyber libertarian utopian kind of guys, because the power, the right to know, that's amazing. Think about how it levels the playing field between what the top-down information monopolist wanted us to know versus what we could find out for ourselves. And we started off with that utopia going all the way back to 1985 and building these spontaneous communities and people having the right to express themselves and to know what their governments are up to. And of course the empire strikes back, right? And that's where we are today, because it's been a game of whack-a-mole as grassroots citizens arise and start questioning government power. They start questioning authority of all kinds at universities and everywhere else. And of course the government is going to strike back. And I really went down this rabbit hole during COVID. I did a series called The Cover-Up, and the most recent episode talks about the censorship industrial complex that governments have created in response to your freedom to express yourself. Check out this segment.
Previously on The Cover-Up. After talking to Dr. Ebright, I now understand why Dr. Fauci, Francis Collins, and the rest of the pandemic industrial complex were so desperate to cover up the origins of COVID. The next step was to understand how they did it. That led me to the censorship industrial complex, the tangled web of government agencies, tech platforms, and third-party nonprofits working to suppress dissenting voices. To dig deeper, I'm meeting with Matt Taibbi, the independent journalist whose reporting on the Twitter files exposed the true extent of the security state's coordination with big tech to control the narrative.
It is much more likely that it is a natural occurrence from an animal to a human.
Social distancing is absolutely critical. And if you can't social distance and you're outside, you must wear a mask.
The NIH and NIAID categorically has not funded gain-of-function research to be conducted in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. But they're really criticizing science, because I represent science.
If you look at what's going on around the world in terms of laws that have already been passed and pressure that's already been put on the United States, let's just start with Europe. Europe has already passed a law called the Digital Services Act, which is, you know, your worst nightmare if you're a First Amendment advocate. It's a gigantic government censorship program.
And we ended the Wild West online. For the first time, social media platforms in Europe, they are now liable for the algorithms. They must not become a megaphone for illegal content, for disinformation, or harm public health.
Essentially forces private companies to engage in censorship or else they'll face crippling penalties.
In order to make sure that this also is the real life out there, we call upon the Commission to really take on the role as the sheriff of this new online world. We really need to make sure that we use the tools we granted the Commission by the DSA. We need to make sure that we have a strong implementation and a strong enforcement.
It's huge. It involves thousands of these reviewers called trusted flaggers, which is an incredibly Orwellian name. And I've seen correspondence, and there's some of this is public, where the European officials are openly asking people from the last administration to cooperate with them in implementing something like the DSA in the United States, perhaps in an extra congressional manner, like without legislation through the authority of the FTC or something like that. So all of these countries that are not the US, from Canada to the UK to Germany to Australia to New Zealand, all of our Five Eyes partners, they've already gone there. They've already imposed laws like this. It's the United States is the one holdout, and I guess it's encouraging that I think voters voted against it, but it will take a prolonged, sustained effort to prevent it from being implemented here.
I think there's a tremendous overlap between the emergence of bioterrorism agents research. And as we just talked to Dr. Richard Ebright, who had been Fauci's nemesis going all the way back to 2001, blowing the whistle saying what you're doing is wildly dangerous. But that comes out of the war on terror. It comes out of Dick Cheney's obsessions with bioterrorism. And it turns out, through your discoveries at the Twitter files and things we already knew, that there was a simultaneous censorship industrial complex that was out of the war on terror, ostensibly to go after ISIS and things like that, but it turns out that that was turned back on Americans as well.
So the fight today, going all the way back to 1985, it was supposed to be beautiful and openness and love and light. And every step along the way, as citizens have more power, more knowledge, more ability to decide what is true and false for themselves, the government has been playing the governments. And these international tribunals of governments have been playing like a game of whack-a-mole, trying to stop us. And it's kind of an arms race, right? Can we innovate our way out of this? Can we figure out a way to organize around the government censors? And you have to say that by the time that the censorship industrial complex was going through your Uncle Bob's tweets to see if he made an inappropriate joke about Anthony Fauci, things have gotten pretty ham-fisted. Things have gotten pretty stupid. So here we are. Does anyone know who this is? Neo? Morpheus has just given Neo the red pill, and Neo has decided to understand the world as it actually is, and what he discovers is that the world that he actually lives in is quite ugly, and it's quite oppressive, and he is proceeding to pull the cable from the Matrix out of the back of his neck, and he's ready to fight. And I think this is a question that we're all dealing with. We're praising innovation, we're praising this process of free speech and storytelling, and how do we connect with new audiences. All of this is really exciting stuff, but you gotta take the red pill first, because they are coming after us. This is a protest in Nepal. How many have read about what just happened in Nepal? On the 4th of September, the Communist Party of Nepal, the governing majority in that country, decided to ban Facebook and X, Instagram, a bunch of other things. A bunch of students showed up to peacefully protest. They said, "You are not taking this from us. This is how we know what we know. This is how we communicate with our friends. This is how we learn about what our government is up to." That got violent. The government killed 22 kids, injured hundreds more. And yesterday, the Prime Minister of Nepal was forced to resign, including a number of his ministers. So are the bad guys winning, or are the forces of goodness and light, despite the collateral damage, do we actually have an opportunity, once again, to organize people around this principle that we cherish?
Before the Prime Minister resigned, they did reinstitute and reopen the internet for everyone as well.
So speaking of ham-fisted, this is Graham Linham. I screw up his name. He's a comedian from the UK who was arrested a couple days ago for an inappropriate tweet. And they detained him for hours, and they strip searched him. And in the process of doing this, the UK speech police have made him into 10 times the rock star that he is before. But this is a recording of his actual arrest when he landed at Heathrow.
Yeah, he was smart enough to turn his phone on in his pocket while he was being arrested so he could record what was actually happening.
It's alleged that on the 19th of April 2025, you published a post on X that was deemed to be intended to stir up hatred, insight, violence on the grounds of sexual orientation. What was the post? I'll tell you. You sure? Comedy writer. You idiot. You're under arrest. I'm under arrest. You know what this country looks like to America? Do you know what it looks like to America? No, where have you been about? I hate you. I'm going to sue you into the ground. I'm going to sue you into the ground. I'm going to sue you into the ground. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you all. I dare you. I'm going over here so people.
Sir, calm down.
I went.
There's no need for it. There's no need for it. There's no need for it.
I'm calm down. I've been surrounded by trans activists for 8 years, and then you guys are walking through. You infuriate. You scumbags are working for.
Yeah, I think we get the point. So Graham is actually a partner with Rob Schneider, the US comedian, and we are actually in partnership with Rob starting to develop a couple skits and projects with him, which we're very excited about. So they say that life imitates art, and this was a comedy skit that we released in October of 24.
Bond. Good. I need you on this immediately.
I'm still tracking the new Al-Qaeda cell.
Not anymore. Everything stops until this is resolved.
Russians? Hamas? Mexican cartel?
Worse. Donut Hole 69.
Donut Hole 69.
Look. He called London Mayor Sadiq Khan a coconut.
A coconut.
Yes, Bond. A coconut.
Q.
Bond.
It's not even accurate. Khan is on the left. He can't be a coconut. If you were conservative, the slur would land. In this case, the proper racist term would be...
Packy.
Q, you can't say that.
I didn't mean to. He just retweeted his own tweet with P-A-K-I in capital letters.
My God.
It gets worse.
Why is he doing this?
He's from America. Thinks he has free speech.
Not on our soil.
Oh, dear.
What is it, Q?
His passport just popped up in our system. He just hopped a flight back to America.
The Americans won't extradite for hate speech. At least not yet. It's over, Bond.
No, it's not. I'll bring him back myself.
If you do this, Bond, I can't protect you.
Understood.
Well, all right then. You've got a license to kill. Use it.
Do you mean?
Dead. Or alive.
With pleasure. How close am I, Q?
The Starbucks just ahead on your right.
This is the most populated area of Manhattan.
If he sets a tweet off there, the damage could be incalculable.
Oh, it's too late. He just misgendered Elliot Page.
He's gonna start a bloody war!
Bond, you have to get to him before J.K. Rowling retweets him.
It wasn't there, Q, just an empty coffee cup.
Were there any clues?
Just the name on the cup. Dick Hole.
Oh, God.
Well, at least now we know his real name.
No, James, it's obviously a joke.
He popped up on the system again. From Madison Square Garden, he tweeted a picture of a black man looting a store and titled it Martin Luther King.
How dare he?
It has 100 likes and counting. 105. 111.
Do something, Bond!
He's gone, Q.
Bond, he's on the move. Bond, this tweet puts him at the Empire State Building.
Another dead end, Q.
We are running out of time. If he slips back into his network of shit posters and anxiety terrorists, we may never see him again.
Well, then we've got to stop playing catch up. We've got to get ahead of him.
Oh my God. Of course.
What is it, Q?
IBS.
The international banking system.
No, irritable bowel syndrome. Every time he tweets, he's near a toilet. Bond, I know where he's going to shit next.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who the hell are you?
007. License to kill.
Kill? Why would you want to kill me?
For your tweets. Inappropriate.
But I'm nobody. I'm just a guy having fun while I take a dump.
Is that all?
Yeah, I'm just trying to blow off some steam. First Amendment, you know, all that crap.
All right. Never mind then.
Wow, really?
No, not really. M. He's dead. It's over.
This is an M, Bond.
What?
That's right. You may have killed one of my soldiers, but X has billions of soldiers, Bond. Billions.
Elon.
Musk, not Stern. You are a noob, Mr. Bond. I am elite.
Huh?
I'm going to drop a kitchen sink on you, Mr. Bond. Deal with it, loser.
Can I ask a request? We're doing this film. Is there any way you can put the name of Dick, W-H-O-L-E on it? Dick Hole. Because that's the name of this character we're after.
Okay,
yeah.
So one more time, just to make sure I'm correct.
Dick, D-I-C-K, W-H-O-L-E. Because that's Dick Hole. That's the name of the character we're following in this movie we're doing. He's called Dick Hole.
So when we released this film in October last year, Elon himself retweeted it, and so we amassed over 40 million views of this video. It's the 2 most unproductive days of our team because all they did was kept staring at X and refreshing. 20 million views, 30 million views. No one did anything for 2 days. But interestingly enough, just a few days ago, this video was labeled as violent on X, and so it now has that extra layer that if you want to see the video, you have to click through it, which is insane to me. So we're going to go back a little bit and talk about the very first documentary that we made in 2018, I think. It was called Off the Grid with Thomas Massey. It was a portrait of the congressman, but not as a congressman, but as a farmer and a homesteader that he is in Kentucky. We didn't talk about politics until the very end, when he was talking about the time that he spends in Washington, D.C., and referring to D.C. as Mordor, and talking about how it really wasn't a place that good people should be. This film became a cult classic and reached people from the left and the right. And he says that it actually helped to silence a lot of his detractors, and it gained him a lot of new followers and supporters. So here's just a short clip of it. Wrong button.
This is the Shire. I mean, look at it. It can't get any more beautiful than this. And it stands in stark contrast to what lies beyond those hills. Eastward is Mordor. And I mean, Washington, D.C. When I go there, there's no greenery like this. Man has tried to create something as magnificent as these hills, but he's failed, really, in D.C. to do that. There's a lot of glitz and glamour in Washington, and I think it's built that way to impress people, to try to convince people something important is going on there. Here, ducky. So Daddy Duck is the white one. He's a, oh, they don't like me interrupting their food. The white one is the daddy duck. The black one is the mama duck. He's a meat duck. He's a Pekin duck. And this is a Cayuga duck. And she lays eggs. And my goal was to cross the meat duck with the egg layer so that the offspring would be sort of a dual purpose duck. So that solar panel powers this. Now, I can plug a fence charger into my house. Anything that's running off electricity on the top of this hill is running off solar power, whether it's got its own little solar panel or whether it's running from my house. I learned you don't touch the metal bucket and the duck fence at the same time because you might mispronounce duck. Here's the thing about the hobbits that go to Mordor. Most of them succumb to the intoxication of power. In fact, I've got my precious here with me. This is my congressional pin, and I usually just keep it in my pocket where I can reach in and feel it. It gives me some comfort, but I try not to ever wear it more than I have to. Because when you wear precious, and every congressman has one of these, and they love to wear them, you become intoxicated. And it's the subtle things that you don't even realize that are happening when you're wearing this pin. For instance, the Capitol Hill police get out of your way as you walk toward them. I once bumped into a policeman because I didn't have precious on, and he didn't yield to me.
So this film became the basis of a New York Times article about Thomas Massey.
So I'll read this. It was a profile piece, and Thomas Massey quite wisely refused to cooperate with the New York Times, assuming they were going to write a hit piece. So instead, the reporter went through all of the comments on our YouTube page on this documentary to find people to talk about Thomas Massey. And this kind of summarizes this very long piece. His politics don't really have a name, but there's something Jeffersonian about them, as if Mr. Massey is channeling the third president whom he often invokes. Mr. Massey has already gained many supporters outside traditional Republican circles, neo-homesteaders, hippie back-to-the-landers, and cranky libertarians.
You kind of fill in a lot of those categories, by the way.
I'm all those things, actually. And this is one particular person that the reporter found in the comments of our YouTube page, Ashley Colby, environmental sociologist and former long-haul trucker. With Massey's, there's this kind of Wendell Berry-style pride of place, she says, referencing the Kentuckian novelist, environmental activist, and farmer whose writings have become canonical American expressions of rootedness and connection to place. This thing of, I'm from this area, I built this home with stone that came from this land, she said, that deeply resonates with the people beyond a political level. Now, we're running out of time, and we have a piece that we do, but some of you may know Thomas Massey is enemy number one in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump has raised millions of dollars to try to take out Thomas Massey because he's not a loyal Republican vote, because he's more libertarian than Republican. And our thought is to take this story that has so insulated Thomas Massey for all of these years against from the Republican establishment, the Democratic establishment, and use the new tools of AI to find every single Ashley in Kentucky. Micro-targeting, all that data that we were talking earlier about has been scraped. We can frame all this stuff, and commercial targeting of political audiences is not a new thing, but AI is going to make it wickedly efficient. So imagine finding every potential libertarian who doesn't know they're a libertarian, not just in Kentucky, but across the US, and maybe not with Thomas, but across the world.
Should we share the next thing or skip it?
The final thing?
Yeah. No,
skip that.
Okay. So, any final thoughts to wrap this up before I show the final clip?
The point we're trying to make is don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Going back to my cute little baby video. All of these technological tools going back to 1985 have been radically liberating. They level the playing field for our side, who is always begging the New York Times to tell our story, which the New York Times would never do. We don't have to do that anymore. But we have to understand that the more success we have, the more kids are going to get killed in Nepal, the more people that are going to get arrested at Heathrow, because the empire will strike back because they're scared to hell of people with freedom and knowledge and the right to know.
One of the
I hate PowerPoint. Speaking of Back to the Future, our 1984 selves thank you for listening to us, and we're happy to take questions now, in the present.
Can you tell who is who? Because I can't really, except for the beard, maybe.
All right,
Any questions? We
have 4 minutes.
Yeah, we tried.
Well, we can continue questions after they kick us outside.
Well, it's unfortunately prescient, right, given what happened today with the death of Charlie. So, yeah, it's a dangerous business telling the truth in an empire of lies. So, I don't know, thoughts about that? Obviously.
For those of you who don't know, political influencer, conservative Charlie Kirk was shot and killed on a campus in Utah today.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's going to be any questions that
I know,
can follow that one.
Someone ask a happy question so we can end on that note.
All right, over there.
Oh, okay, thank you. This is great. I mean, it sounds like you guys are playing the role of a court jester, of going against the king and making fun of the king in the court and having that kind of thing. I guess my thing is, how are you guys able to mass mobilize after this happens? So not only is the consequence of someone getting arrested and the negative things, but the positive things. So one example, when I used to live in Boston, we sued the mayor of Boston for infringement on the First Amendment rights. It was during the Occupy Wall Street movement. But we did an enormous amount of political theater where, using Twitter and all these other things, we were able to create scenarios where we pit the government against its own words and make them look like fools, make them look to the point that we won an injunction against the mayor because we were so successful. How can what you guys do, how can that be extrapolated to that we have thousands of court jesters?
So part of the presentation that we weren't able to give was about deep fakes and the way that governments and propagandists will be using AI to fool us into believing things that aren't true. And our theory is that a human story trumps everything. And there's a difference between a real dad talking about his son and some AI-generated version of that story. I do think that there will be governance tools. I mean, community notes is something on X, but there'll be governance tools that tell us that this is real and this is fake. I think the leveling of the playing field for us is our ultimate advantage because we have the right values, we have facts, we have the emotional stories if we bother to tell them, and what they have is propaganda. They have ways of trying to fool us into giving up our rights. I think we have to just double down. We shouldn't be so afraid that we're going to get strip searched at Heathrow that we're not willing to speak truth to power. And there's safety in numbers. Somebody goes first. Everybody in this room has been one of those people that has gone first at some point. And you notice, if you have some success, people follow along. Technology just amps that up. It doesn't really change human nature. It doesn't change the nature of community organizing. It's just a tool that we have to master before the bad guys do.
I mean, Matt alluded to using AI for micro-targeting, and I think that's how we are really effective. I mean, we take our real stories and our real values and use the AI tools to really just drill down and find those people that are on the margin that actually believe what we believe, but don't know that they believe it yet. One more question and we're out of time.
Yes, thank you. Congratulations, firstly, but I would like to ask, there is a small line between being sarcastic and existentialist at the end, and just being like, we don't care what happens because at the end, they have the power and they're going to do the things. So how you manage to create hope through humor and not just let the people have a feeling that everything is impossible and using sarcasm as a resource and not as a main comedy in a way that people will lack of faith on having freedom and opportunities. I connect this, for example, when you see authoritarianism all across the world, the first thing they need to stop is humor because humor gives people hope. So how you manage to create hope through humor and not just sarcasm that could ending even with hope.
The reason we got involved in comedy was specifically this, because comedians have always played the role of allowing people to work through very difficult, divisive social issues, the kind of issues that politicians love to divide us. The one place you can still tell that joke is in comedy. And once you tell that joke, it allows for the people in the audience to take that home and start talking to their friends and their family and actually have a civil conversation about something that they thought they were just going to fight to the death. So I told Rob Schneider this. I think comedians have the capacity to save the world. And in the American context, you can go all the way back to Lenny Bruce, who was also arrested for telling dirty jokes. And the power of that is really the power of storytelling. and the power of people actually trying to understand what their neighbors who they think they disagree with are actually saying when they say Latinx.
All right, thank you. We've actually run over time, so thank you again.
Thank you so much for that lovely chat. Sadly, we have to take a break now, but please come back at 4:45 for the moment that we have all been waiting for, the Shark Tank competition.
1, 2, 1, 2, probando, Lavalier, diadema 1, ¿le puedes subir más, por favor? Súbele más, súbele bastante más, 1, 2, 1, 2. ¿Perdón? Ok, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. ¿Me llega bien? Sí, me llega bien, todo bien. ¿Mandé? Mucho mejor. Sí, claro. Ey, 1, 2, 1, 2. Ey, probando, check. ¿Probamos el otro? Check. Lavalier 2, check. 1, 2, 1.